Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to, what the hell is this? Night shift. That's what this is. Night shift. So, I had to cover for my boss this week, so I've had to work a bunch of night shifts, and which means that I'm up during the nighttime. And so I figured, hey, why not? Let's do a night shift stream. A nighttime stream. Let's do a night owl stream. Why not? We'll have a little bit of fun with it. So we're probably going to be playing all night long. The reason why is because tomorrow night I also have to work night shift, and so I really just don't want to mess up the flow, so to speak, right? So I'm just gonna have some fun playing tonight. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're just gonna be playing all night long. So if you guys were gonna play all night long, then guess what? You can come join me. There we go. Let's get a little Diablo 4 related do-jank up there too. I feel like it's a good time for a little bit of Diablo 4 fun. My lighting never wants to be quite right. Will you guys do what I tell you to do? A little bit less. Well, I got to work all night tomorrow night, so there's no reason to go to sleep tonight. It's just going to mess up my schedule for tomorrow and make me tired, which I don't really want to do. That's why I haven't been on, is because I've been working night shift. And, I don't know, past like 3 days I haven't streamed. Doesn't look like there's very many people on today, but I'll hop into Kinship voice chat just to, in case anybody shows up. I need some equipment, some specific pieces of equipment, so I think I'm going to farm, I was thinking about chaos. I'm going to do a little bit of chaos farming. Got to get back in the swing of using my my sin after playing my enchantress. I'm also looking for a decently high defense demon head mask, if anybody has one. Non-eth. I'm looking for it to make a flickering flame. I want to make a flickering flame. When I say high defense, I mean like 150. Like 150 plus is what I'm looking for. Mike could just probably get one off Tradery for pretty cheap. Oh, Chaos. What's up, Gloom Shield? Ah, I might need to find my sunglasses. Forgot how much I enjoyed the Harry Potter movies. I was watching all the Harry Potter movies too. I'd come home from work and I'd be too tired to do anything, so I just put on a Harry Potter movie. Bone Visage is ugly, that's why. The Bone Visage is ugly, it looks really bad. I don't like the way the Bone Visage looks on my Chad. It makes me very sad, and I can't tell you why. It just doesn't look as good as the one from the classic game. Oh, nice. Perfect Mars. Hell yeah. That's not just 35k in the bank, my friend. That's more than 35k in the bank. 700,000 in the bank, 700,000 in the bank, 700,000 in the bank, 700,000 in the bank, A new meme is born this day. $700,000 in the bank, 700,000 in the tank, 700,000 in the bank, 700,000 in the tank, Oh, okay. Mind Blast. That's what I wanted. For sure. Surely. For sureness. I'm just Mind Blasting him over and over again. The blast of the mind. I saw that KFC Diablo 4 deal. I was thinking about doing some Diablo 4 videos tonight too. We might do some of that. Problem is I don't really have a lot of content to pull from when it comes to Diablo 4. I think that's something the beta will definitely solve, but at the same time, it would be nice if I could come out with some videos before then. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, 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 wow.
Hola.
What's going on, sir?
Hello.
And or ma'am?
We've been hiding.
Why you been hiding?
You know, drama reasons.
Drama baby, drama llama mama? It seems like most of the drama's going over on hardcore anyway. As always, seems to be the case. It always, you know, they don't do the things in front of me. That's
how do I put this? I imagine the stress of hardcore causes friendships to break down and people to become unpleasant. Do you know of anybody that needs a Zon torch?
Not off the top of my head, man.
Do you want me to? Because I can't find anybody that needs it, even off the roster.
I mean,
Does anybody need a placeholder?
if no Zons are stepping up to take it, I mean, at that point, yeah, you could either A, look for a placeholder, maybe B, see if somebody needs it and would trade you something for it.
Oh, it was done with Kinship keys. That's why I'm like.
Yeah, so then you could trade it off for a rune or something, and then give the rune to somebody in the kinship.
Okay, I just didn't know if that.
That also works. Or trade it torch for torch. Do we have anybody that needs any torches? Like, you can usually trade torch for torch a lot of the times.
Fair point.
Is it a decent one, or is it like a... Is it a poopy one?
It's not great. It's 12.15.
Torch is it?
Amazon. It's one I've been trying to get rid of for 2 days now.
Yeah. Well, I'm at some point gonna steal the torch that I have on my Sorceress. That's just a stat stick anyways. And because it's a +3 Necro, I'm gonna put it on my Necro.
Good choice. Do you want this other one as a stat stick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Are you in your usual game?
Yes, I am.
And amulets. Sexy. Baby llama mama drama. So, let me clarify what's been going on. So I've been getting a couple, messages here and there from other people, but like, mainly what it seems to be is that there's a couple people in the kinship that apparently like to buy their items online. Buy their characters too. There's pretty much nothing that they won't purchase. And they're blurring the lines also by taking those items that they're purchasing and then using them on Tradery to buy other items, which is of course just I could go on like a RMT website right now and buy myself a pack of burr runes, and then I could use my burr runes to buy whatever I wanted, and then I could take those items that I bought and then spread them around like peanut butter all over the kinship. And it's basically kind of what's going on is there's somebody within the kinship who just kind of like has decided that they're just going to like spend whatever they want to try and get whatever it is that they want. And then when they don't get it, like, they're handing off the remains of what they didn't get correct to everyone else. The most notable example seems to be rolling CTAs. So they're literally just buying the runes to roll CTAs over and over again. And then every single time that they fail and don't get a 664 or whatever the max roll is, they're just like handing them out to people in the kinship. Like, oh, I didn't get the perfect roll that I wanted, so here, you can have this piece of garbage. And so there's like 1 million CTAs floating around the kinship now, that basically all of which came from an RMT website, essentially. And then on top of that, apparently in the hardcore field, apparently there are people who are literally just like lording over the other hardcore characters that they have the items that they don't have, despite the fact that everybody knows they purchased the items. And then we also had several people that agreed to the kinship charter, which of course has the rule that we're not allowed to use JSP within the kinship, and apparently have been using JSP the entire time. And these are the same people who apparently have been lording it over other people that they had access to items that the kinship members didn't. Because, hey, if you got like 400,000 forum gold sitting in a bank somewhere and you can purchase whatever the hell you want to, then, of course you're going to have access to things that other players that are playing legitimately aren't going to have access to. And I've already talked with a couple of them, and so far the responses that I've gotten from them, like, not just the responses that they've directly said to me, but also the subsequent actions that they've taken after being told to stop, tells me that they're probably going to end up getting banned.
Right? Isn't Blizzard banning people for using RMT, like buying items and stuff?
Of course.
Yes, they are, but as far as I know, it comes in waves at the end.
It's a little difficult. Like, they don't just ban you outright. Like, they're not going to just ban you, like, for one interaction with a real money trader. But if you continually interact with real money traders on a regular basis, yes, your account probably will get banned. They're really not so much interested in banning the people that are interacting with the real money traders as they are banning the real money traders themselves. So what ends up happening is that if you purchase too many items from real money traders, your account is in the logs is going to be associated with them, and then when they do a ban on the real money traders, which they do all the time, your account goes along with them. Because they've essentially, like, look, this guy joined like 15 of the games that this real money trader had set up over the course of, you know, a week or 2 weeks. He must be a real money trader too. Let's add him to the list. It's perfectly logical. Oh, Dylan with the $7.99. $7.99. $7.99. Every time I find one of these rare, like, Berserker axes and stuff, they always roll like this. Like, they get, like, the IAS, but they don't get the damage, or they get the damage, but they don't get the IAS, or whatever the hell's going on, and it never quite works out right.
Never what you want.
Well, it's never the right modifiers together. It's always, like, one or two of the good modifiers. Dude, I looked at this belt, okay? And the first thing that popped into my head was garbage, all right? I literally looked at this belt, and the first thing that popped into my head was garbage. Then, I looked at it again, and I was like, wait a minute. Is that a level 6 belt? It's freaking level 6. It's got 17% faster hit recovery, 6 life, 5 lightning res, 6 poison res, and 27% enhanced, and it's level 6. I'm gonna keep that for new character day. I'm gonna drop it on the ground. Somebody's gonna be like, "What the hell is this?" It's level 6. That's what it is. Shut up and use it.
I found a 45 all-res, 3-socketed Sacred Rondash.
3-socket? Was it blue?
Nope.
Oh, white?
Yep.
Perfect dream base. That's what that is.
Exactly.
Perfect. You can also make a really sick sanctuary. Like, if you get a high roll on your sanctuary, Coco Mal, you can make like 115 all-res shield, which is absolutely insane.
I already have a Haas.
Well, this is like more for situations where you want to like overprotect yourself. So like maybe when you're fighting Mephisto or something like that, or you're like dueling, like PvP dueling with other players, like you can literally overprotect yourself by like massive proportions versus elemental damage. I don't think anything in the game beats a perfectly rolled sanctuary in a 45 all res.
I am currently trying to offload it in hopes that I can get enough currency to get more skill.
Well, it's definitely something that you can offload for sure. Anybody who's making dreams, it is, well, dream, and was dragon 3-socket too, or is that 4-socket? The dragon armor, dragon shield. I think it might be 4.
I think Dragon's 4.
Yeah.
No, Dragon's 3.
Okay,
it
so
is.
dragon
Oh,
and dream. Those are your two main buyers. Anybody who's making a dragon or a dream shield.
I would definitely buy it from you, but I have no currency right now.
I mean, what are they currently going for?
Surlow-ish for Surlow. I would also accept 3
Ooh.
Paladin skillers.
A facet. We got a facet, boys. A -3 +5 cold. Not a terrible one for a cold sorceress, but now that they've changed cold mastery, it would be better if that was a 5/5.
But yeah, if you got 3 P-combs, it's yours. They're about an itch to pop.
Yeah, I don't. I've got a CTA, I have a pole rune, and a cold rune. That is pretty much everything I have. Oh, and I have Andes, but that's...
Are you making a dream?
I am going to try to make her Dream Paladin, yeah.
You got the jaws and burrs already?
No, heck no.
I mean, that's half the trouble.
Yeah.
Honestly, you don't need the dream helmets to make a dream paladin, and we proved that last season. You can just make a native Tesladin using Holy Shock, and they actually work really damn well. And then once you get your dreams, you can just switch it over. They use much of the same equipment anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, right now I've got a pretty good Zealer Smite base. The only thing I'm missing is a Fortitude, but other than that, I've got Hawes and G-Face and Bramble and Gore Riders, all that sort of stuff, so...
Did you spot the Astreons I picked up?
Well, Smite and Dreams is kind of like incompatible. They don't really work very well.
Oh yeah, I would go Zeal for my Dream.
It's been a good week for my Paladin. You gave me the burr for my chains.
You got an Astreons?
I got an 84-4 Astreons.
Hmm.
I'm happy.
No, I'm sure you're kicking butt now. That Astreons, not only does it have the grief damage and the +4 combat skills, which you need, it also has the slowest target on it, which I find works really freaking well on that build.
Does that apply through your spells or just through your...
It applies through Smite.
Okay.
So when you're smiting stuff, they get slowed down by 33%. And it also has the crushing blow on it, which makes it very easy to hit your crushing blow marks. So you don't need a huge amount of crushing blow equipment.
Yeah, I'm swapping between Gores and Goblin Toe. Gores caps... or I'm sorry, Goblin Toe does a lot better against Diablo. For the Chaos runs. But it's just so much slower with no faster run.
You should be charging everywhere anyway.
I am, but it's nice to have the faster run walk when I'm running around town.
Make yourself an Enigma.
Well, what are you using on swap?
Nauseous Puzzler.
Because I mean, you could maybe throw a hustle in a phase blade, and that way you could off swap burst of speed.
I'm already really close to my maximum attack speed.
Oh yeah, you should definitely hit your maximum smite breakpoint. By the way, it's a huge difference in damage. You really need to make sure you're hitting that max smite breakpoint.
I'm like 7 or 10% IAS off.
The amount of damage difference that it is in smite is huge. Hitting that last breakpoint is insane as far as like your damage output.
I'm at like, what is it, 3.8 attacks a second or something like that out of 4.
I mean, it's very easy to hit the breakpoint. I think what I ended up doing was a 2-socket helmet with 15 IAS joules.
I was considering just not zodding the Astreons.
You can do that. Unfortunately, it does mean you'll be running back to town a lot, but that's the reason why I zodded it, was because I didn't want to run back to town. But it's totally unnecessary. If you can hop back to town every now and then and repair it, and you don't mind, then you can actually get away with a shale rune would hit you that breakpoint without having to worry about it. In fact, you could throw a shale rune in it right now, and you know, if you change your mind later, you can always take it out. It's just a shale rune, right?
Yep. The question now is, should I my Haws, or what should I do? The socket I can put in that.
You can it or P diamond. I mean, that's a cheap way.
I can't remember what I did with mine. I think it was an
Does P diamond give more?
It's less than an rune.
Less?
Yeah. P diamond is 19 compared to 22 for an
Okay. I keep forgetting that it's slightly different for a shield. It's 15 for everything else, 22 for a shield.
Yeah, that's right.
An armet, an amulet. I thought I read amulet at first, and I was like, no, it's not an amulet.
I also found a 5/5 facet for my death's web.
Found one? That's a pretty good find.
Yeah, I found a perfect death's web, and then I found a 5/5 facet. So I'm just absolutely keeping points in
Yeah, that's best slot right there.
A Hyperion Spear of non-etherealness and a bunch of junk. You want to know something funny about this this weapon? So the weapon is called Tancred's Crowbill, right? But it's a military pick. However, if you upgrade it, now that you can finally upgrade sets, if you upgrade it, it becomes Tancred's Crowbill. Tancred's Crowbill.
Trying to see if it's worth it, if I should get a fortitude on this character.
What character?
Green Paladin.
Well, yeah, if I go dream, I would go with the Chains of Honor, but for right now is Zeal Smite.
I don't
think it's fortitude.
I don't generally find fortitude to be worth it. The extra off-weapon ED is nice, but usually you end up needing other utility elsewhere. Like, for instance,
you need the survivability from the life leech.
For instance, when you put fortitude on, you're giving up your plus to skills, so you no longer have plus 2 to skills, which does suck. Although fortitude has a nice off-weapon ED bonus, it doesn't have any increased attack speed. It doesn't have any crushing blow. It doesn't have any like open wounds. It doesn't have any of that other beautiful stuff. And so what you'll find is that you'll often be in a situation where you're like, okay, I need increased attack speed, so fortitude's out. Or I need crushing blow, and then fortitude's out. Or I need this, and fortitude's out. And like, fortitude is really for the builds that don't need anything else. Like when I built my double swing barbarian, I realized it was so easy to hit his max breakpoint that he just didn't need any to increase attack speed. He was using pieces of equipment that brought his crushing blow up to like really high levels, and he didn't need any crushing blow. His open wounds was already, decided for. He didn't need any deadly strike. He didn't need like anything. So I was like, okay, yeah, well in that case, yeah, definitely let's throw a fortitude on him because he doesn't need anything else. Like there's nothing else that's going to make this character better. But in many situations, you'll find that like that's not the case for you. Like there's other pieces of equipment that you could be using that would up your damage more or better, or give you more utility, or like in the case of even Enigma, which I don't even usually use Enigmas, but like even having teleport, like because that's what you're choosing between is like teleport, increased attack speed. Even the new hustle armor with its crazy evasion bonus is pretty sexy these days for survivability reasons.
It's true. I'm using a duress right now.
And that's for the open wounds and the crushing blow.
Yep, which without duress, I've got a 10% open wounds, 50% crushing blow, and 81% deadly strike.
Well, like, usually about 70% CB is like more than enough on like a smiter. It really kind of depends for other characters. Like, smite's guaranteed hit. So like I feel like Smite gets a pass on a lot of the normal requirements that you would put on somebody else, just simply because you get this guaranteed hit means that you don't have to worry about all the misses. So when you think about a Zealer, yeah, like a 70% chance is nice, but then you also have to calculate in like that you're missing a lot of the times, so you're not actually applying the damage like you think you would be. And it doesn't work out as nicely as you might think with like the melee classes that actually have to worry about missing. Their attacks can be blocked, evaded, all this other bullcrap going on. And by the time you actually get to it, like maybe out of your 5 hits, you're only hitting like 3. And then, you got a 70% chance that 3 of your Zeal hits will apply Crushing Blow, and it gets a little odd. I like to have like slightly higher numbers for the actual ones that need to hit things.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, a melee Zealer is definitely a fun, like physical, like pure physical Zealer is definitely a whole build. It works really well. You're probably going to be using Grief. I think that's the best in slot for a physical Zealer.
Yeah, I have a Grief.
Problem with Grief is it doesn't have any Crushing Blow. It doesn't have any like has the damage, but it doesn't have any of the other stuff. So now you have to get all the other stuff from other items.
Yeah, that's why I have a G-Face and I have Core Riders, High Lords for my AME. I was just looking because I have a Duress right now, but I was like, should I change this out or should I go something else?
I'm gonna be honest, James. I haven't played a Novasork since they fixed them. What's a good chest for the Enchant Sork? Bow characters in general tend to have huge issues with resistances, so Chains of Honor. Chains of Honor is a very prominent bow character item. They just tend to have such bad resistances that there's issues there. But I mean, you shouldn't be getting gibbed as an Enchant Sork, because quite honestly, you should be far in excess of tanky. I mean, my Enchant Sork, for the most part, unless I teleport directly into a pack of monsters, has absolutely no issues whatsoever. Honestly, you should go about half and half of light and energy, and you should put 20 points into telekinesis and then cast Energy Shield on yourself. This will allow you to use all that ridiculous mana that you have and the ridiculous mana regeneration that you have from building enchant to actually protect yourself. If you go a different route, it does get kind of funky, but I mean, between frozen armor, between energy shield, between all the wonderful things that character has at her disposal to defend herself, including and not limited to the teleport skill as well, which is an amazing way to protect yourself. You should be constantly teleporting around and constantly protecting yourself by teleporting away from danger. You can literally telekite, which is a whole thing. Telekiting is basically just where you teleport away to a safe distance, fire a couple shots, and then teleport away to a safe distance, and then fire a couple shots. And I mean, she's a rage character. She's gonna kite things. That's what she does. I would also recommend putting 1 point into Cold Mastery, because Cold Mastery will increase the freeze time of frozen armor, which should protect you a lot better. It's such a massive upgrade for 1 point too. A lot of people don't realize just how terrible... I thought I had a gem in my inventory. A lot of people don't realize just how terrible freeze duration is on a monster that's basically immune. So, like, if they're like 95%, like the freeze duration basically is like negative 95%. It's like they've got a cleansing aura for cold chill and freeze duration. So it completely nerfs it. 1 point in cold mastery, which is all you need, completely fixes it. It reduces any monster that's not immune by like, I think, what is it, like 70% with 1 point, or 75%. And that means that there's no monster that you're going to come across that you won't be able to effectively chill or freeze to provide protection from you. So if a monster comes up to you and they hit you, you're going to be able to bonk them right back and let them know what's going on. And then they won't be able to attack you back for quite some time because they're frozen. The other important thing to remember is that when using energy shield, your resistances don't matter. So,
Poison res does.
yeah, poison res does. So if you find yourself in situations where you're getting your butt kicked, energy shield really kind of helps that a lot. And you have this like infinite mana pool that just never goes away because you maxed out warmth. Warmth is the huge regeneration that you've got for building an enchant sork. So it just makes sense to go into energy shield. Now I didn't want to go into it fully because I don't like doing full energy shield, but it definitely is something that you can do with that particular build. If you wanted to go full energy shield and dump all your points into it, that's a path. Also, don't forget that even though you're a sorceress, you're a ranged sorceress, which means that you get life and mana leech. So, no, don't split it in half. You don't want to beef up energy shield at the cost of telekinesis. Telekinesis is your conversion rate. So, for every point that you put into telekinesis, you're getting a better conversion rate of mana to energy, or sorry, health to mana. So if you only put like 15 points in telekinesis, you're missing out on a huge amount of absorption rate. Bunch of garbage. Let me go grab my enchant sork. What did I find? I don't know. I just started. I gotta swap all my equipment back. Oh, wait, nope. Oh, another item I need to swap.
Good evening.
All right. So as you can see, I only have about 800 mana, which isn't even really all that much. But what I do have is I have a pre-buff set. So my pre-buff set gives me as many plus skills as I can manage. So 3 plus 2 is 5. And in the pre-buff set, I pre-buff all my stuff. So I've got level 15 Frozen Armor. I've got my Enchant, which is currently at level 40. So I pre-buff myself and Shishka with my pre-buffed Enchant. I also have my level 15 Energy Shield, which is only really skills. I think I have 1 base point in Energy Shield, so it goes up to level 15. It's currently at 69% absorption. But the beautiful thing is that I have maxed out Telekinesis. So Telekinesis provides you with 6% mana consumption per level, basically every single level. And what it does is it turns my 794 mana into a lot more than 794 mana. Because at lower levels, it's actually a bad conversion rate. You actually take more mana damage per health point. But then when you max out Telekinesis, then all of a sudden it becomes less mana per point. So you end up at 75%, which means that literally I'm taking less than a point, so 0.75 of a mana point per point of like life energy that I take. So every time I take 1 point in life damage, it goes to 75% of that to my mana, which lets my mana work a lot better, so that it doesn't constantly go down all the time, which is the important thing. So cast up all my little buffies here. And of course, this girl can teleport, so... What's up, Pit Lord? You gonna get annihilated? Oh no, I'm out of bolts already. Pew, 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 pew. And I need boats. Hey, a field plate. Non-F, unfortunately.
Hey, Gears, are you still here?
Who's here? What?
Gears?
Who?
Third gear.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you have a 5-socket phase blade by any chance?
I do not.
Okay. I got another low ruin, so I wanted to make another phase blade. I've been having fun making those.
Another low rune. I haven't even found one this whole season.
I know, my best find has been an Andy's helm, that's it.
I've found 3 of them so far.
Where are you farming them?
Huh?
Where are you farming to find them?
I've been getting them in Bale.
Wow.
It's pretty lucky.
Well, on the way to Bale, actually, so they dropped it in the world, you know. So yeah, it's been fun. But I'm following other people.
Worldstone, okay.
Yeah, and I've been following other people, kind of thing, and I just grab it up. If I'm killing, I'm grabbing. So
just get consent first.
no consent. Come on. Yell surprise. It's okay.
You can use it to make grief, or you can roll fortitude. I mean, some people want forts for their mercy and other reasons.
Yeah, I have a fortitude on my merc, but I've been liking, the griefs because like I rolled one today, and I gave it to somebody in the damn, I can't even talk tonight. In the
Yeah, you
kinship,
gave it to
so
me.
yeah. I just like to make them just because I want to see how good I can make it. Not that I want to use it or anything, because I don't use it. I just like to make the best ones of everything. It's always got to be the best.
A Sitheth. A Sitheth. Oh, no, no, no. I got one Nutrigame bar left from the Halls of Valor.
Oh, somebody got unlucky.
Unlucky for what? Oh,
Home run.
oh no, my mercenary. Oh, nice. My Mercanurk. 5 open socket crystal sword? No. It's they're making grief. They want a phase blade. Grief and a crystal sword would be very sad.
No, don't say that, because I did that already.
Why?
I wasn't thinking, and I just wanted to make it so bad, and so I thought it was a phase blade, but it wasn't. It was a crystal sword. That was my first attempt at it. It was a bad attempt, but
No.
I learned my lesson.
It's very sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's very sad.
Repair it a lot.
I mean, it was a crappy roll anyway, so.
Oh, it's a lot worse than that. Like, it's not just the durability. There's a lot wrong with the crystal sword and why you wouldn't want to make that as a phase blade choice. Number one, it's much slower. Phase blade is a -30 base. The crystal sword is not. I don't even think it's anywhere close -30. Number two, there's no physical damage on a crystal sword either. It's a normal difficulty base. It's terrible. Like, you think the phase blade has no damage. Crystal sword has no damage. So you're missing out on a lot of extra damage there. Unless you're using it for smite, which is a different story, but if you're using it for smite, it's going to be broken in about a half a second. So
Yes.
also an issue.
Yeah, I noticed that because I had a smiter and I was using it for that. Every time I turn around, I had to go back into town to fix it. I didn't like that.
Yeah, I don't particularly care for grief for smiters anyway.
Last Wish is a little better, but
Astreons Iron Ward all the way.
oh really?
Number one, Astreons actually has Crushing Blow on it, which is huge. Grief does not. So if you want to get your CB when you're using a Grief, you got to get your CB from another source. Number two, Astreons has Slow on it, which is amazing. Number three, Astreons has +4 to skills. Grief has no skills. And in Smite parses, they literally do the same damage. If you build an Astreon Iron Ward Grief Smiter versus Grief Smiter, like, it's literally the same damage. And you're losing out on the skills, and you're losing out on the slowest target, and you're losing out on the Crushing Blow. To me, it's not even a contest. Astreons beats Grief hands down. I've already tested it too against like fully kitted out like smiters with the Astreons, and it's literally like the same exact time to kill like Uber Diablo and Bale and Mephisto and freaking like Pandemonium Diablo. There's like no difference in kill speed whatsoever, and I get all the bonuses that Astreon provides on top of the same kill speed that the Grief user has.
Yeah, it's crazy. You get +2 to 4 to combat skills too, so you get extra.
It also has grief damage on it, which is what a lot of people don't realize about Astreons, is that if you get a high-rolled Astreons with +4 skills and grief damage, it literally still has the grief damage on it with the CB and all the other nice modifiers.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I didn't know about that weapon.
I actually zotted mine. I made my North Star Smiter, and I just zotted it. Because the only thing that honestly making a grief and a phase blade has over Astreons is the indestructibility. So, just put a Zod rune in it. Guess what? Now it's indestructible.
Yeah.
It's also a -10 base. Astreons, a lot of people don't know that it's a -10 base. And it's already really close to the same speed as a phase blade anyway. So phase blade's -30, and the Astreons is -10. You can also socket Astreons and put a shale rune in it, which brings it up to basically the same exact speed as a phase blade.
I can attest to Astreon's power.
Honestly, I think the only reason people use Astreons, or Grief over Astreons, is because Astreons is harder to come by.
Yeah, I've never seen that drop in my
And-
Diablo 2 years, so.
Well, a good one's harder to come by.
You can get a crappy rolled one, and the crappy rolled ones are not going to outperform a Grief. They're not. If you get like a +2 with a low Grief roll on it, it's not going to do anywhere near the same damage that Grief is. But you can do some pretty crazy things with the +4s. If you use a Haas and an Astreons at the same time, you get +8 to combat skills. It's freaking insane. There are very few combos in the game that will give you +8 to combat skills. Heck, I can't even think of very many that will give you +8 to anything.
Yeah, and that's just from 2 pieces of gear.
But then here's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. So every plus to skill that you get is another plus to skill that you have in your Holy Shield. Holy Shield and Grief essentially function the same way. So Grief is adding directly to the base damage of your shield. Holy Shield is also adding directly to the base damage of your shield, which means that every plus to skill that you have enhances the Holy Shield bonus to your smite damage, which means that your smite still hits like a frickin' Mack truck, whether or not you're using Grief or Astreons, because you can get some crazy plus to skills with things like Astreons. That +4 is 4 more points into Holy Shield. It's more defense. It's more block chance. It's less dex that you have to spend. Like, all of it works out to be just amazing. And by the time you apply the Grief damage on the Astreons, the plus to skills that you're getting, you beef up your Holy Shield enough, and you're literally sitting at the same damage anyway. And I also found it much easier to hit my, like crushing blow requirement too, which I really liked. So like, a lot of people like to have like a kind of like a bare minimum crushing blow on their smiter. That nobody usually goes for 100% because it's just kind of overkill. But like 70% is generally a very nice number for a smiter. And it's so easy to hit 70%. You can do it with like two maybe 3 items. Honestly, I think 2 items is all I used. I think I just used Astreons, which was the 33%, and then I topped it off with the Goblin Toes for the 25%.
58.
And I was sitting at 58%, and honestly, with 2 items, I was able to like stack everything else in plus to skills and up my smite damage even higher. I was using like Arachnid's Mesh, which also gives me more slow, by the way. I was using, like +2 helmet, +2 necklace. I even like magnified the dexterity requirements So like, one of the things that that you have to do to make like a really solid smiter is get your 75% chance to block. Well, my holy shield was so high that I was like, you know what? Let's take this a step further, and I made myself a really nice +2 necklace with block chance on it. And the reason why I did that was because it had 10% block chance with +2 skills, so I needed even less dexterity to hit the cap. And my character was running some insane levels of health by the time I was done. I think I was like at 1.8k health, like when everything was said and done, because I literally had to put like no points in dexterity whatsoever. Like all I had to do to hit my max block was like just dump everything in vitality and laugh. And I barely needed any strength on the character either. Like, I had so many vitality points on that character. I probably could have, like, min-maxed it even further and brought my health up to, like, 2k if I really tried. I'm talking no CTA 2k. Like, I didn't run a CTA. I didn't even need it. I was already at, like, 1.7k, like, just plain.
I'm at 1.4k on mine so far, and I still need to go through and use another respec to take out some strength and dex.
What's up, Tomac? How's it going?
I've got currently a level 42 holy shield, and I'm still missing 5 skill points from 3 from skillers, 1 from either a Soj or a BK ring, and 1 from an amulet.
And that's just how it goes. And the higher you can get your skill, the more holy shield you're gonna have.
Yeah, I'm sitting at like a level 30 holy shield, so I'm definitely not anywhere close to that.
You got to the point. I think on mine, I was almost at level 50 holy shield. I can't remember exactly, but it was really, really high. And the defense bonus that I got from her, that holy shield setup, was insane.
By the time I'm done, I should have a level 47 holy shield.
Yeah, that's insane.
I don't know. It's the cumulative effect of everything building in that direction that really adds up to just like a really overpowered character. Having that high level of a holy shield is insane. It literally just caps out your defense at insane, crazy levels.
I think I'm sitting at like 14.
Let me take a look and see if mine. I think I like pulled him apart and used some of his gear for other characters. But let me see what he's running right now. Of course, he's non-ladder now, so it's unfortunate. Built him last season. What is he missing? He's got his combat skillers. He's got his blocking amulet. That's my blocking amulet right there. +2 pally, 8% chance to block, all res 8, 43 fire, DR 7, MDR 2. I think I only had to go with a base of 57 dex to actually like cap out on my 75% block chance with Holy Shield. Notice I'm only at 53% chance to block without Holy Shield, and then as soon as I cast Holy Shield, like I got 14.5k defense. I'm sitting at 75% chance to block. Like I got 444 vitality with 385 base points. What ring am I missing? I'm missing my Soj, aren't I? I think I gave that away to someone earlier. I wonder if I got a BK sitting around here somewhere. 55 half sunglasses, Jasper. What are 55 half sunglasses? I'm just joking. I don't know what that symbol is. Looks like I don't have another +1 skill. Do Jake. Sadness. All these rings and I don't got any BKs or Sojas hiding around in here. Sadness. So yeah, he's missing one skill from the ring, which would have brought him up to 45 on the Holy Shield. He is still using his Astreons. That's an Astreons if you guys have never seen one. Astreons is +4 combat skills. It has 10% increased attack speed on it. It's a -10 base. It also has the grief modifier. You see where it says damage plus. So damage plus is that. Why are you not? I swear you hate me, mouse. I swear you hate me. I swear you just never stay still. I'm like, here, look at this item right here, and I like put it down. I take my hand off the mouse, and then the mouse just immediately does this. It's like, no, you shall not look at the item. It also has this really high magic damage on it, which unfortunately doesn't translate to zeal, which is sad. Wish it did. But it does have 33% crushing blow and 25% slows target by, which is amazing. And the DR rolls as well, the DR6. So, like, on it, just in general, like, it depends on what you're trying to build. Like, if you're trying to build a smiter, you want high grief damage, and you want the +4 combat skills, and that's really all that matters. If you want to build, like, a Zealer or something, you kind of need everything. You need the enhanced damage, you need the grief damage, you need, like, decent attack rating bonus. I think the attack rating bonus rolls, too. For an extremely rare item, it has way too many damn rolls. But specifically for a smiter, you only need to be worried about 2 rolls, which is the +4 combat skills and the grief damage modifier. Why the Zod rune? Because I didn't want to run back to town and repair it over and over again. That's the one advantage that I will give to grief every single time. If somebody asks me, like, you know, like why use a grief over an Astreons, the only answer I can give you is that grief is indestructible because you make it in the faceplate, and it's so nice not have to run back to town every 5 seconds and repair it. Putting a Zod rune in the Astreons completely solves that. Then you no longer have to worry about running back to town ever again.
So would it benefit if it was an ethereal?
Doesn't do anything for the smiter now. If it was if you were a melee character like a Zealer, then yes, you would want an ethereal Astreons.
Okay.
Not only does this character have ridiculous smite capability, but he literally is a fully powered FOH pally. To the point where he can just literally walk through most monsters.
Yeah, the idea of a FOH and smiter together is really cool.
Well, a lot of people had done the FOH smiter, which was a whole thing. I didn't really like the whole idea behind an FOH smiter. I thought it was kind of meh. Everybody always wants to do the half-featured characters, the ones that are, like, not quite what they should be. And, my idea was different. Like, I wanted to build a smiter through and through that also used Fist of the Heavens. Like, the Fist of the Heavens is most definitely the sub of this build. Whereas, like, most of the time when you see people do this build, the Fist of the Heavens is the primary and the smite is the sub. I didn't really want that. And there were a couple reasons for this. So, number one, Fist of the Heavens, as beautiful and as nice as it is, it has some severe limitations. When you find yourself presented with, say, maggots, or, you know, like any beast-type monster that is not affected by, you know, holy bolts, you've got to be able to stand on your own 2 legs in some way. So the general idea is to have a character that is literally standing on his own 2 legs. Like, no matter what. Doesn't matter what he comes across, doesn't matter how powerful the monster is, guess what? He's a smiter, too. So, he can literally absolutely annihilate anything that he comes across with absolute ease. And then, to tack it all off, you know, I put the principal armor on him because I wanted him to shoot out holy bolts literally while he was smiting you in the face. Which is hilarious. And he does tons of extra damage because of the additional holy bolt damage. So that I can literally deck out damage to monsters that are behind the target that I'm smoting in the eye. Which I think is hilarious. They'd be like, oh yeah, let me smote you. And then by the time I reach the monsters, they're already sitting at like half health. Because they already got hit by the holy bolts on the way through. The way I usually like to play this character is anything that's too weak to be bothered with smite, I FOH it. If it's a stronger monster that needs to be smoted, I smote it. If it's a beast, obviously I can't do anything with Fist of the Heavens, so it gets smote. And for the most part, you pretty much just use your Fist of the Heavens to, like, rip to shreds all of the weakling monsters. And then once all the weakling monsters are gone, you smite the ones that are not weak. And you absolutely annihilate them from existence. Because smite, unfortunately, kills monsters very much so at the same rate. Like, no matter what the monster is. It's like one of the weird things about smite, like setting up a smiter, is that you kind of do the same amount of damage to everything. The same amount of damage that you do to Baal or Diablo is the same amount of damage you do to some little trash mob. So, there's no reason to waste your time smiting a monster that is, you know, like, just gonna, like, die in, like, one Fist of the Heavens anyway. So you throw your Fist of the Heavens out first, make sure everything is nice and softened up, and then, you know, whatever happens to survive has earned the right to be smote at that point. They need to earn the right to be smoted. Like Mr. Infector of Souls here. Oh, he dropped me a troll's nest. Look at him being nice. 3-socket? Oh, it's a 3-socket troll's nest at that. Oh, fancy. Anybody on non-ladder need a 3-socket troll's nest? Free 99. Somebody is talking that it's just static, or is it just static? Yeah, I'm gonna hop channels real quick. Sometimes there's just like this weird static that comes on the frickin' Discord.
Yeah, I hear it as well.
And the only way to get rid of it is to like leave the chat and come back. I think it's something wrong. I think it's something wrong with Discord itself. And then poor Babablo. Come here, Babablo. Get wrecked. I'm not even going to use Fist of the Heavens or Holy Bolt on you. And, I mean, this is my North Star Smiter. I have a whole video on him, by the way, if you want to see it. He's pretty frickin' broken. He uses 215% IAS jewels in a Crown of Ages. He had another helmet that was a little bit better than this one, to be honest. I can't remember what happened to it. I might have given it away. I like to do that. I like to give things away. It might be sitting in his stash. I don't know. That's where... Oh, yeah. Here's his +2 with the 30 strength on it. Yeah, yeah. The ridiculous one. The one that gave him the massive strength bump. What do I think of this ring Jackdaw? 10% FCR, 117 to attack rating, 12 strength, all res 11, 1 to 15 lightning damage, 1 to mana after each kill. I mean, with the exception of the attack rating, it's a very solid caster ring. The attack rating added into it actually turns it into a very interesting, what is it called? Why am I blacking out here? A caster / melee character, somebody who needs both casting speed and attack rating. Trying to think. An enchantress might be a decent one for an enchantress, actually. Although they might tend to go toward plus to skill equipment. Draco also said Singer Barb ring. There was like a freaking almost perfect ethereal Astreons that last season on Tradery, and I tried to get it, and I couldn't get my hands on it.
Define almost perfect.
It was ethereal, +4 skills.
Ethereal.
It had perfect grief damage on it. Like it was literally almost perfect. Like I think it was like 1 or 2% off on like some of the modifiers, and it was ethereal. And I was like, oh my god. The boy, he would not take any offer I made him. None. I made him some pretty damn good offers too. He was dead set on not taking any offers on that damn thing. I think he just put it up there for show, to be honest. Like, look what I found.
Or he was just wanting to see what offers you got for it.
Your sin needs a token. It's terrible.
I'm convinced that I got my Astreons off of somebody who didn't have a clue what it was.
Oh, they generally don't. Most people find an Astreons and they don't even know what the hell they've got in their hands. Astreons is one of those very unique items that has a lot of very unique uses, but you have to leverage it. Like, Grief is the dummy weapon. It's the one that literally you put on and you're like, herder, me got Grief, big damage, yeah! Like, Astreons is like for the intellectual, who's like, okay, here's all the plus skills that it gives me, and like, okay, it's got CB, and it's got all this other beautiful stuff on it, like, how is this going to work out for my character? And then you build a whole character around it, and it's like 10 times better than Grief ever would be. But, you know, you actually have to build a character around it and leverage. You have to leverage it, which, you know, is sometimes difficult. And there's plenty of situations where Grief is going to beat out Astreons, though. So, like, you know, it's a Paladin weapon. You generally don't use Astreons on a non-Paladin character. So it's really just for Paladins. There are a couple interesting uses, I think, on kickers. And if they hadn't made these ridiculously great martial arts doodads, I would honestly say that it would probably be one of the best items you can use on a kicker. But not anymore. These new MA-Sin claws are definitely going to beat that by a mile. Maybe I should just farm cows for my item. I think cows would be easier. And I probably have a much higher % chance of getting the item that I'm trying to drop.
What are you looking for?
That's still looking for that 3-socket demon head with decent defense.
I've been running cows if you want to jump in.
Moo. You just taunting me, huh? 3 stacks of arrows all at once. I need bolts, and you drop me 3 stacks of arrows. You know what? What's up, Trevor? How's it going? Well, if you're trying to get a token, the only thing you have to farm is Bale. That's it. Bale. Farm Bale. Bale is the only essence that matters anyway, the green essence. All the other essences are so easy to get that nobody even cares. Like, they've got entire stashes full of the other essences. The Bale essence is the rare one. The Bale essence is the one that everybody needs. So if you get your hands on a Bale essence, you have a token no matter what.
Who needs a token?
Somebody in chat who messed up their MA-Sin.
Are they in ladder?
I do not know.
I'll give them a token.
His name is One Day in Hell.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
You got 4 Bale Dust, Kung Fu Joe? If you got 4 Bale Dust, then you got 4 tokens. Like anybody can hand you all the rest of the dusts, like literally for free 99. I've been dropping them in like pretty much every single swap game, like all of the dusts all of the time in every single swap game, except for greens. I don't drop greens. There's always somebody who goes, "You got any green dusts?" And I'm like, "No, I don't have any green dusts." I was like, "Nobody has green dusts, okay?"
Hey Ginger, you got any green dust?
I do not have any green dusts. They're like, "Oh man, all I need is a green dust." And I was like, "All you need is literally the whole token then, because it's all I need is the whole token." Some more Erathas.
That guy that needs a token on Twitch or YouTube?
It's on YouTube, chat. His name is One Day in Hell. I just sit up here with my moral superiority because I rarely, if ever, even use one reset, let alone all 3 of them. I'm just going to sit up here on my high horse of not needing tokens.
Hey, what kind of demon head did you need?
A decent defense demon head, non-F. Like it caps out at 154, so I'm looking for something close to that. I want to make a flickering flame for my girl here.
So, non-eth, right?
Yeah, non-F.
Oh,
And
well.
not the necro demon head.
Although if you do find an F demon head, I mean I could maybe grab that too from you.
Yeah, I have a... Well, hold on. Yeah, I have a superior demon head, non-eth, defense of 175 with 3 open sockets.
175. 3 open sockets, really?
Yeah.
I might have to make it in that one then.
Sir.
Found a Jake. Well, that
No,
sounds like fun.
I heard that earlier. I was just listening to your live stream, and it was me that posted the cows. I'm also running cows. I found the earlier.
Oh, fancy.
I know,
Yeah, I need to
right?
remake my Flickering Flame, because this Flickering Flame's not mine. I can't remember whose it was, because I'm terrible with names, but I'll probably recognize their voice.
It was one of the European fellas. I remember when he was talking about it. I think, pretty sure.
Well, we are murdering cows in GGM1 at the moment. The COVIDs. Oh no, it's the guy I'm gonna shoot at. Oh well, a succubus skull. A skull of the succubi. And don't do lewd things to your succubus skull. The amount of freaking damage I do to these cows is stupid. Stupid.
Let's make it worse with lower res.
I don't even think I need it. Like, kill them in like one hit. Like, all I gotta do is touch them with one explosion and they just like all die. And if I fire into a group, like, God help them. Somebody in a car driving to work? Scott, what's going on,
You
man?
got a hot mic.
It sounded like you were holding your mic out the car window.
Or
No, I have a fan sitting next to me. I was like, you know,
Edge ain't you just like blowing in the wind.
right? Yeah, well,
It sounded like there was a flag behind you too.
Until you said something about the.
I imagine you just like got your hand up like this, and you're just in salute, and there's an American flag behind you, just waving in the wind, like rapidly flapping, and you're just like humming.
I did have it muted until I heard you talking about the demon head, and I'm like, and then like a blue one dropped in front of me in cows, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think I have a collection of those. I have like.
Speaking
like
of
death mat.
speaking of a collection of these stupid things are fun to collect. If you guys ever do like new characters, these little stupid like 30% grands.
Or the all res
There's a
transcripts.
couple of things I say for new tunes.
Well, the 30 res grands are a little easier to come by though.
I like them.
All right, what game are you in with this mask? I want to make this flickering flame.
All right, hold on just a second. Let me. I just hit play. So
He just hit play. He doesn't want to play with his friends. That's what it is.
I didn't play at all yesterday. Yesterday was the first day that I did not log on since the starter ladder. So, you know, sometimes it's okay to take a little break, right? You want me to come to you, or do you want me to make a game? I don't care.
Yeah, you can come on. I'm in GGM1 right now.
All right.
G. Come on down and let's go pee. I'm just kidding.
Darn cows keep killing my immerse.
Yeah, I'm watching your feed, and I can see that I'm standing right there, but my screen still says loading. Ah, there we go. All right.
Tombs.
My Poison Necro's mercenary is finally a CB machine.
There you go. I think that's what you were looking for, sir. That wasn't too bad. I found like an ohm and a saw and a string of ears, and then a crown of thieves on my way to get another leg. I don't know what I'm going to do with another string of ears.
Ginger is a perfect non-eth Rudemaster. Any good? Perfect non-eth. I think the only real use for them, for the most part, is 5 isted or 5 limbs. Usually for an item find barbarian. Gives them cannot be frozen and frees up a ring slot.
But if you guys are going to keep killing cows, I mean...
5-socketed, 240 enhanced damage, polar limb.
Okay.
Pull or a key. Five-socketed 260 for 2 perfect amethyst.
Anybody trade me a pole for a co?
You need a pole or a coal?
I need a pole. I need a pole.
You need a pole? I got a pole.
I dropped a co on the ground.
Give me a second. I just finally found Anya.
Anya, my friend.
The one with poor TP etiquette.
Oh, there's a 5-socket phase blade. Do Jankin spank? Do Jankin spank.
I have I've not found any skillers lately.
I actually have a couple
I
skillers that I
found
need to
some
hand out.
early. I found some early, and then I gave them away, and I haven't found. I found like one since.
Do any of those happen to be Warcry skillers, Ginger?
No. Or summoning druid and elemental
I
druid.
have a Warcry
With 3 decks.
Amy.
So who's got my pulver? And I'll give you 2 codes. How about that? I'm up in the offer now.
1 second, I just had to save on you.
I'm up in the offer.
Do you want to come to my game, or do you want me to come to yours?
I thought you were in this game. Where you at?
I'm not. I'm in a private game.
Oh. I mean, we're just hanging out in GGM1.
Okay, I'll be there in a second.
I'm probably gonna be going to GGM2 soon.
I was I have a Warcry skiller that I was gonna put on Tradery that I never did.
Acid was looking for them for his work.
It was a +1 to Warcry's 30 to life.
Acidic.
Go ahead and put that on Tradery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. I
Sexy.
forgot I'm on a normal character.
Well, what game are you in? I'll come to you.
I just left the game. Hold on a second.
What level is the Sorky? She's level 90.
Go in GRY WLFX, and the password is Aaron.
Huh.
Anybody got any P gems that aren't rubies?
ARRON?
GRY.
I meant for the password.
Oh, AARON.
Double A. He did the AA Ron.
Yep.
I've got some sapphires if you need them.
Did the
I am on
AA
a
Ron.
mission to roll this Bale Blue Monarch into a J mod.
Alright, I'm on my way to Rogue.
Man, those 3-socket 45 resist sacred targets go for a lot. Holy mac.
Mm-hmm. They're kind of rare.
They're quite rare. That's why I'm like, if you could come up with 3 Paladin skillers, PCOMs, they're about an ist a piece.
Whoa, don't say PCOMs. Don't say PCOMs, friends. Don't. It's comb. Like you're combing your hair, my friend.
Okay.
It's comb.
PCOM.
Alright.
Alright, PCOM.
Pally combat.
Yeah, if you can come up with 3 Pally combats, they're about an ist a pop. I'm happy to trade it to you for that.
Yeah, like I'm looking at Tradery, I'm seeing a lot of them sell for burrs though, burr plus.
Yep.
What's a J
That's
mod?
the kinship discount.
What's a J mod?
Jewelers is the magical effect that it allows an item to have 4 sockets.
Okay.
J-mod means that it is Jeweler's mod plus something else. So J-mod on its own is worthless because you can just get a white shield with 4 sockets and it's the same thing.
Right.
The thing about J-mod is that J-mods usually come with something else. That's what they're looking for. So it's Jeweler's mod of deflecting or Jeweler's mod of ease or something like that. It's got to be like a combo.
Okay, I get that.
It's got to be like a combo breaker. Ooh, 10% on the roll. Awful.
Oh no. Are you gonna re-roll it until you get perfect?
No,
I mean,
I don't have the Vex runes laying around for
Oh,
that. But,
that's right. Vex for that.
I mean, I will eventually. The defense was the important thing anyway, but
What kind of P gems were you looking for?
Anything that isn't a ruby or an amethyst. Basically the useless ones.
I guess that's all a matter of opinion. I think emeralds and topazes can be very nice.
Oh, they are if you need magic bind for the topazes. What do you use the emeralds for?
safety amulets.
I
Okay.
like putting the emeralds in usually a weapon for my paladin, or I just use them for crafting.
I will take whatever you're willing to get rid of. I'll put it that way. That isn't rubies or amethyst.
Talrash's tomb is on the do, jank.
How about a perfect diamond, a perfect sapphire, and 2 perfect skulls?
Save the skulls. They can be used as guidance. We'll take care.
Alright.
I'll come to you.
Okay.
Does anyone want this key of terror? Everybody's going.
I mean, I don't know if we're done with torches, but I feel like we're getting to the point where everybody has a torch.
Yeah.
I think a couple of people are short a torch their character needs, but they at least have a place.
Do you want any more players in your game?
Yeah, I don't care. Hang out. It's fine with me.
GGM2?
Mm-hmm. You can do whatever. You want to do the cows, do the cows. You want to do the... You want to come do the TZ, do the TZ. You want to go do chaos, go do chaos. It don't matter. Ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing but a chicken wing.
I will run over here and...
Hey, Gear, I got some for you too. Some PGems.
Where are you at?
I'm in Shelly 1-1. What's the password?
Ooh, that assist.
1.
It's a good thing they don't actually attack me or anything. Why don't you just pick up some 40 PGem packs? They be selling those on Tradery all the time. 40 PGems for...
I quite literally at the moment have no currency. I've got
If you,
yeah, I'm broke.
You got
I mean,
you got no
GP.
tradable runes?
I've
Throw
got an rune, and that's it.
Mm.
If you throw me up a TP to the, Arizona, you know.
To the Tumulums?
Sure.
I mean, they're pretty easy to get to. Waypoint's right there.
Alright, everybody, I gotta go.
Oh, man.
Take it easy.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
there, have enchant.
Thank you. That's, oh my.
Yeah, my enchant's pretty off the chain.
It really is.
I'm gonna get this J-mod eventually.
One day. One time I'll wish upon a star and it will come and find me. Or anyone else.
Hey, Third Gear, did you see the grief that I just made?
I did not. Where'd you post it?
I posted it in chat. In ladder chat.
Nice.
It's 1 off from perfect. So I don't have to make any more. I did my job. Yeah. Perfect enough.
Pew, 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 pew. They're nice and tightly clustered in here. It's very easy for me to kill stuff. When you teleport in, they're all sitting in a nice little circle for me, and I'm like, oh, thank you. Appreciate it. In the cow level, you're like, can you scooch over just a little bit closer to your friend there? Can you just scooch just a little bit? Just scooch a little bit. And the cows are like, moo! Lord, why are you spamming so hard? What's going on right now?
Well, you guys have a good one.
Night.
Night. Swooping in here, I used D2 trivia videos to give away earlier in a game. Oh yeah? Sweet. My trivia videos are pretty fun. That was my first foray into shorts. I was just trying to put out some shorts. They seem to be doing pretty well. I mean, they're not like amazingly well, you know, like ridiculously doing well, but they're alright. I may come up with some new shorts ideas, I don't know. What's up, Erdars? How's it going? Do you like fire in your face? Choke points work so good for this character too because of all the explosions. You have everything charge the choke point and you're just like, okay, alright. That was dumb of you guys. Meanwhile, just firing off arrows and hitting things in the distance too because of the 100% pierce. I always gotta find the damn Haradrim though. They're like hiding around the corners and stuff, like resurrecting everybody, like giggling like a little kid camping in a Call of Duty game. They're just over there like resurrect, resurrect, resurrect. Ooh, superior Kraken shell. $565, 8%.
Where did... Oh, there.
It's a strange season for me. Like, I almost always make a Paladin. I've got no Paladin so far. I almost always make a Necromancer. I got no Necromancer so far. I almost always make a freaking Amazon. I've got no Amazon so far. Sorceress and Assassin this season. Man, she didn't. I didn't realize that we had almost filled up. She's doing pretty damn good for P7. So much loot on the ground, too. You can hear somebody's game in the background, horribly translated through the microphone. Who got the hot mic? So this is the night crew, huh? You guys are all the night crewers. Up
yeah,
in the wee hours of the morning.
It varies.
Can you do what, Trevor? What you asking you can do? Ow! Shoot me a chicken wing and it's yours? Holy crap. What are we trading for chicken wings up in here?
Cows are up.
Ah, you got a nice 45 lifer jab skiller. Nice. To the corner, don't let them get out of here. I like to teleport in the corner because it bunches them up. Makes it very easy for me to kill the entire group.
Watch out, they're all by the portal. All the cows.
Booby trapped. Hey, Debama membership. How's the Kinship for console you'd like to join? We do have Kinship members on pretty much all consoles. I don't know what the state of the console users are at this particular moment, though. But we do have an Xbox group, a PlayStation group, a Nintendo Switch group. And obviously the more people in the group, the better. I believe everybody posted their tags in there. So, like, even if they're not online right now, you could probably hop in and grab all their tags off the Xbox channel and send friend requests out. Just type in !Discord, hop on the Discord, and check the console channels. They're not locked behind any kind of like wall or anything. You don't have to be in the Kinship to see them. So you just hop in there and take a look at the channels. I actually opened them up to everybody because there wasn't in the beginning there wasn't a lot of people on the Kinship or in the Kinship that were console users, and I didn't want to restrict the console channels to Kinship only for that reason. So it's kind of more along the lines of like kind of like an open Kinship channel where yes, there are Kinship members, but also yes, you know, like there are no non-Kinship members there, so do be aware. Soundwave is the captain of our console chapter of Kinships. The mummy sarcophagi are worth a lot of EXP. Killed them. Oh, a diadem. I need those. Still got quite a few imbues left. You know, it's funny, when you stand in fire and with energy shield on, you can really see how Firewall applies its damage through multiple hits. The Shamsha.
That's a lot of cows right there. So that portal.
And they go moo.
Oh Lord. Well, that makes it easier when they can't move around.
They go moo 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 moo. All this jank on the ground, there ain't no bolts.
I am overburdened.
There's some bolts right here.
Oh, I made myself some bolts. I forced it. I'll pick up some more bolts, though.
I threw them on the ground for you.
Bolty, bolty, bolties. Terrible head.
That was interesting. The tomb didn't load fully right away.
No, Rune.
Needs to remove the S and switch the O and the L around.
I think at that point you just start with a different base. Ooh, ghosties.
Oh, those are my favorite because they're physically immune.
I don't care about physical immunities.
I
If I enchant you, you don't care about physical immunities either.
That is true. I forgot about that. I just traded something for an Astreon, so I probably should pick up a bone break.
Why can't I enchant you?
I'm enchanted by you.
Hmm. Hmm. Kick it all the urns, cause that's what we do, just the kicking urns and looking for stuff. Yeah, come over here, ghosties, and die. Ain't nothing easier to kill on this character than ghosts. One arrow through the whole pack and the whole pack dies.
Yeah, melting them.
Like they literally just disintegrate into nothingness. What's up, ghosties with the mosties? Ow.
Thank you.
One of them gore bellies hit me pretty hard.
It's locked.
Oh, look at this over here.
Ow.
Have a good night, sick. Crushing blow on the noggin? Oh no. You can get a lot of good stuff for a 45 life jab skiller. I don't have a Jabazon this season, so I mean, I really wouldn't offer you for it, but if you put it up on Tradery or something, I'm sure you can get a nice offer for it. Those 45 lifers are pretty sought after. What's up, Mr. Zombies? I shoot you in the face. That's right, Mr. Zombies, you don't have a trace. I'm beating on my merc. Imagine spells affected by CB. We don't have to imagine. We have static field. Static field is literally AoE CB from spells. Run around spamming static field. As you can see, my freaking girl is pretty tanky. Like, she doesn't really have a whole lot of trouble with all this stuff. She's pretty tanky. She got a little bit of tonky in her soul. She got a little bit of honky tonk coming down the road. What's up, Ancient Ka the poop face? Thick tonk. That's right, the thick tonk. Oh. Talking about doll hairs? I don't know about doll hairs. I don't really rate items by how much they're worth in money. Also, that kind of value depreciates extremely quickly depending on, like, beginning of ladder, late ladder. Like a burr rune on day one is probably worth, like, freaking like $500. Like, if you found a burr rune on day one, it's like $500 in your pocket. But like a burr rune right now, it's probably like $5.
But what about doll hairs?
Depends on the quality of the doll hair, you know. Color as well. Color has a big impact, you know. I'm just being rude to the natives.
Damn it.
You need a Paul and a Lum. I do not have a Paul or a Lum, and I just borrowed a Paul from somebody. So I do not. I want to get my my assassin leveled up. She's like 1 bar from 95. I'm gonna swap some gear back and.
Do you think a bone break is worth it if I have a Reaper's Toll?
I mean, it definitely makes them easier to kill. You're talking about Decrepify is 50% at 1/5 penalty, which does next to nothing. So it'll break the resistance of the monster, but it won't actually bring them down very far.
Okay.
It's basically the same thing as using a bone break. But if you use the two together, they stack cumulatively. So the bone break will bring them down to 95, and then the 1/5 penalty will still apply to the Decrepify, but it'll bring them down further below 95.
Okay.
Which you're not reaching with just the Decrepify. The Decrepify by itself doesn't do enough. I'm gonna swap out to my Pyrotechnic. I'm gonna make number 3, by the way, because we cleared out all the tombs. And who is in the machine shop? Oh, I forgot to grab the Annie, didn't I? Go grab that. Let me go get my Annie real quick. I can't wear my equipment without the Annie. I'm min-maxed too much. He's min-maxed too much. Go back, go back. Does anyone else find it annoying how far away you spawn in Act 2?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I gotta run all the way over there, okay.
Stay a while and listen.
Yeah, I'm like less than a bar. I'm not even a bar, it's less than a bar. Yeah, let's go have some fun on the sin.
Sorry, you need to build charges. Forgot about that.
Oh, you just murdering everything, huh?
Thoughtless of me.
Murder. Murderer. U-K-I-L-L-E-D. You killed them. Might not make it. Oh, portal right inside the door. Ambusher of charges. Lost all my charges thanks to you, sir.
It wasn't me this time.
The skeletons are so weak that I just don't even target them half the time. I just target the unravelers instead.
I'll just be here to give you fanaticism while you're
Yes, doesn't do anything for me, but thank you. Kick some urns. Kickers, doo doo doo. Doo doo, kickers, doo doo doo. You always see me just teleport off into the distance. It's kind of fun just to teleport, like not even just attack anything, just do this. Teleport around. It's funny. What's up, mummy sarcophagi?
By the time I click on everything, everything's dead.
I mean, I'm doing my best. That's what I do. Killing stuff is what I do. Making it die is what I do. Poke it in the eye. No, you guys already went down this way. Bone of Grange. Plus 6 strength. GG minions? What? GG prions? What are we eating? Eating our dead now? Have some prions. We heard you guys like prions, so we got you a healthy dose of extra prions from your mom. You know, ever since I learned about the whole prion thing with, like, cannibalism and stuff and, like, getting the shakes, I was like, I always kind of wondered if, like, you know, like, when I was a kid, and I know it's gross, alright, but, like, say you had a scab or something like that, or whatever, like, you totally would just eat the scab, like, you know, like, am I getting prions from myself? Is that what's going on? Maybe it doesn't work on yourself. Maybe your body can always differentiate your own doojanks from other doojanks.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like I was eating my friend's scabs. Now, that would be a different story. At that point, you might be screwed. Ba 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 ba. Small Jimmy. Soul Mad the Shade. Damn, can't even get through the door. I just want to leave.
That hurt.
You want to know the most disturbing thing I've ever read? So, I was reading up on cat neutering. Because we have some cats that need to be neutered, so it's not weird, okay? Like, I was just researching the topic. I'm like, apparently there's this really weird thing that happens when you neuter a cat that is gotta be one of the strangest things I've ever heard. Apparently, the actual, like, balls, when they're removed from the cat, have, like, the consistency, apparently, of, like, snot or something. I don't even understand. But, like, there was all these people on there talking about it, veterinarians that have removed them in the past, talking about how they get stuck to your clothing and all sorts of other weird things, and how, like, sometimes they would leave the office with literally, like, a pair of cat balls stuck to the back of their shirt or something. And I'm like, this is the weirdest freaking, just most disturbing thing I've ever read. It's like, isn't there like a disposal procedure? But apparently they're like so sticky. It's like, you know, like when you were a kid and like your parents got you that, like, what was it? The little, like the tennis ball, and then it had like the Velcro pad, and you throw the tennis ball at the Velcro pad. and it gets stuck to the pad. Like, that's how they explained it. Like, these balls apparently are so sticky, and like, I don't even know how to explain it, that they just get stuck to everything. And just really freaking weird. Yeah, like basically cat boogers. And I went down this rabbit hole of like talking, like the veterinarians were talking to each other, and like one veterinarian would be like, "Oh my god, I know, they're disgusting," and then another veterinarian would be like, "One time I left the office and it was on my shoe and I didn't know it," and everybody started laughing at me, and I'm like, this is apparently a whole thing that just happens behind the scenes of the veterinarian offices that we don't know about. Does FCR impact Frozen Orb? Yes, it does, but a negligible amount. Because there is a built-in delay, you're only decreasing the part that's not the delay, so it will not touch the delay. So it's important to remember that FCR does not affect delays, but there is a there is a casting delay from FCR that is affected by that. So if you do increase your FCR, it will increase the rate at which you can cast your Frozen Orbs, but not by as much as you would think.
I always aim for 105 on my Frozen Orb.
I mean, it's not really so much about the Frozen Orb as it is the other things that you're casting, you know, like Teleport and all that other interesting ones. 72 Fire, if anybody wants that. Just dropped it on the ground. I think I dropped like a perfect one, two perfect ones in the swap the other day, so.
They don't ever drop a perfect bone break. I haven't seen any. Have you seen any bone breaks drop?
I've seen quite a few. I haven't had any perfect ones, though.
I have not seen them yet.
So many people on so late at nights.
I didn't get to play any this weekend, so I'm trying to get some play in.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to play tomorrow either. Long night shift. I was like, I could get some time in tonight while I'm trying not to fall asleep.
Yeah.
It really does suck though, like when you have like a night shift, and then you know, if you don't like take care of it, I guess would be the way to explain it. Like if you just go to sleep during the daytime or something, and then your next night shift, you're like dying. You're like, Don't mind me, I'm just keeping my charges in between tombs. Fired Helm.
G-face.
Nope. Fired Helm is Andal's Almighty.
Winged Helm is G-face.
It's a crown. Put it on your head. It's made for a princess. Pretty princess. I'm not even joking. It literally is a princess crown. There was a crown that was made for a Korean princess. What do I do for work? This is what I do for work. I have some part-time work that I do. I pretty much step down, like, about as far as a man can step down. I used to be the lead, and then this took off, and I was like, yep, oh, I'm not, can't be the lead anymore. I was like, I got making more money here than I'm making, you know, at Kroger, so, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to step down. And, the only reason I'm working right now is because the person who took over for me as lead is on vacation. So that's literally the gist of the story. As soon as I come back from vacation, I'm back to part-time. A superior ornate plate.
One socket.
That's sad. Why? Why would they do that to us? Why would they tease us like that?
Yeah,
So much teasing.
they do best.
You'll see like a superior archon and you pick it up and it's like one socket. It'll be F and everything, like 15% enhanced.
Yep.
They're like,
Like,
no,
oh, you were
no,
looking for this? Psych.
one socket. I heard there's going to be chinchillas in Diablo 4. I certainly hope there will be. I mean, if there's not, that's a travesty. I don't know, to be honest, my voice has needed a little bit of a rest anyway.
Yeah, is your throat doing better? Your voice?
I'm not coughing as much this stream.
That's good.
Sit down. Lonely Rider. Pretty excited for D4, but I'm also like, also a little overwhelmed in the amount of content that I'm going to be creating soon. I'm thinking forward on rather poorly to like, okay, I guess I'm going to have to make a video like on every character now and unlimited content. That's what you guys heard. Unlimited content. That was a nice little pack of monsters. Mummy sarcophagus die.
Did you decide what you're gonna play as your first character?
Well, I'm not really too interested in rogues, and barbarian's never been my jam, so probably gonna be sorceress.
Huh?
Not a big barb fan.
Me either.
I think my double sting barbarian was the most fun I had on a barbarian in quite some time. And he was entirely unconventional build.
Yeah, ultimately I want to do Druid, but I think I'll do Rogue as the first, just because you can't do Druid until the next one, so...
I've never made a druid in this game.
Never been a big fan of stealth classes. Stealth classes have always been kind of just like the anthema to me. Even when like you're playing a game and like they force you into like a stealth like mission or something, and it's like not a stealth game, but they throw you into a stealth mission, I'll always just like brute force my way past it.
Oh, I'm the same. I don't like stealth in games, but like WoW and stuff, I played Rogue and stuff, so...
It sounds like that's what you're gonna get, is the Rogue from WoW.
Yep. Passive and magic kill, Amazon skiller.
Those are great for spear zones. They're not really super high demand though.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll pick it up and they'll drop it and swap it.
When I run spears on, I run full passive magic skillers.
Yeah, the plus to Valkyrie is really nice.
Well, it's not just that; it's the crit, it's the attack rating, it's everything. It's very powerful on that character.
That is true.
And the dodge, avoid, and evade as well. And they're in there in melee, getting beat up on a regular basis, so they need the bonus to their avoidances.
Okay, I thought we had a frozen orb source in here for a second.
I just messed up my Phoenix charge. Doesn't matter anyway. Although it does do less damage. It's not really that much less. The main difference between this and my lightning is just that it doesn't diversify my damage profile enough. So I end up with 2 of the same element in attacks. So instead of having 3 elements, I only have 2, which isn't as useful. Honestly though, for some dungeons and some areas, like... the cold is better. Like when we come in here sometimes and it's all beetles. Like it doesn't really do me very good to have... to have the lightning out, because there's just a whole bunch of immune to lightning beetles everywhere.
Right. And you run a flame sunder, right?
Nah. Cold Sunder, that's the only one I run.
That's right, okay. I couldn't remember if it was fire or cold.
I run the Cold Sunder for the CC. The crowd control. I don't actually run it for the damage. What is it about Barb that I don't enjoy? They're just rather bland characters. Like, I don't know what it is about, like, the warrior, or, like, the character. Like, if you play a D&D game, or you play any game, like, there's always, like, the character that's just, like, raw, me have sword, raw, me hit hard. Like, that's his whole, that's literally it. I'm playing a fantasy game. I'm playing a game with, you know, like, magic and spells and like and like all sorts of interesting things, like, you know, like different mechanics where the Amazon is applying like TNT to the tips of her arrows, and here's this warrior, like in freaking it's in D&D too, all of them, like it's just that's all they are, is just melee characters in a fantasy game, and there's something about that just turns me straight off. Like, I'll play a warrior, but he has to be, like, something else combined with the warrior. He needs to be, like, a paladin with a holy arts, you know, and his melee abilities. Or he needs to be, like, a strider, like, who can, like, calm the beasts and, like, summon forth allies. And, like, I never play, like, just, like, the warrior class. There's got to be something going on besides just being a warrior. Honestly, there's something unbelievable about it in my eyes as well. It might sound kind of silly, but there's some sort of like unbelievability about the fact that a person with no magical prowess whatsoever could take on, like all the magical creatures in the world and somehow come out, on the other side unscathed. I mean, like, even when I do play melee characters, they usually end up being something special. Like in Final Fantasy XI, I remember I played Final Fantasy XI. I did play the warrior class, but it was really just because it was a subclass that I needed. And I remember having a lot more fun on the Dragoon, which had the wyvern. I thought that was really interesting. The whole wyvern dynamic was really fun. I didn't get my level. So sad. I was literally whipping out the gem to upgrade, and you just came and stole it. These guys are regular now. They don't give any good EXP, unfortunately. I don't even have a freaking Tome of Town portal. I don't even know where the hell it went.
I can't carry anymore.
You want me to make you a TP?
Nah, I got it. I just found one on the ground.
Okay.
When in doubt, look around.
What gem did you need?
No, I was just going to upgrade one that was in my inventory. A free perfect is a free perfect is a free perfect.
Right.
I don't know. It's funny because when you watch a movie, like, there's no such thing as a warrior who literally is only a warrior. Like, they never only have just the warrior. There's usually even always something else in there. Like, usually the warrior has like a magical sword or like a mystical lineage that gives them extra strength, or they're Hercules or something, or like there's like 1,000 different ways it goes, but like it's never just a warrior, just like the random warrior with like no other bonuses. Conan, I'm pretty sure, had a mystical sword. I'm pretty sure it was the sword that was handed down by his father. It was a family heirloom. And if you remember correctly, in the Conan movies, which is something that I remember, is he gathered around him other people who had mystical powers. So he wasn't just by himself, and he wouldn't have been able to do it by himself. Like, he had to have other people around him with mystical powers. He also had a thief on his side, quite a few other people, from what I can remember. It's been a little while since I've watched the Conan movies, but I remember him having literally a whole, like, team, as if you were playing an MMO.
Yeah, he had the thief, he had the wizard, and then he also had a warrior. It's basically what he called her.
Conan had the ladies.
The ladies, yeah.
I mean, even take He-Man, who is brute force. Mystical sword. He-Man, mystical sword. Alright? Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't go well. Like, for some reason, the barbarian just doesn't sit well with me, because he's literally just a barbarian. Meanwhile, you've got the Paladin over here, summoning forth the will of the gods and the holy energies to slay demons and providing auras for all of his friends. And, like, when you compare, like, the Paladin's melee, you know, statistics to, like, a barbarian's melee statistics, I feel like the Paladin wins by far. I feel like he always has. Mainly because the Paladin can pretty much do, like, all the same things that the Barbarian can do, but better. And with more flashy showiness. Meanwhile, the Sorceress, the Amazon, the freaking Amazon's a much more fun melee character, too, in my opinion. Ever since they fixed Fend. I really like playing Fend, the Fend freaking Zon. And then also the freaking Druid too, like the Druid by the same standards. Like he's this like ridiculous a werewolf, a freaking bear, he summons hurricanes, he's got like a whole freaking army that follows him around. Like, you know, from like a standpoint of like picking your characters and having fun with them, there's just something much more fun about, like, you know, like the Necromancer, like controlling an entire army, or, you know, like a freaking druid summoning down freaking hurricanes.
Are we doing the tower?
I'm just running through chaos.
Oh, okay, because it's a new terrorized. So.
Yeah, I don't really usually run the tower when it's TZ'd, but if you guys want to run it, feel free.
I'm already here, so I'll put a TP up just in case anybody wants to follow.
Just having fun blasting through chaos. Forge blade. Ooh. And a man catcher. Three socket non-eth. Eth. Non-eth. Bunch of non-eth doojags. Thor is a mystical warrior as well. I honestly can't think of a single fighter, like even like DC or Marvel Comics, that would be considered like in the same class as a barbarian. Like, you got to think, barbarians are just regular humans. That's all they are. So you got to find a regular human fighter that uses no mystical accoutrements whatsoever, has no gimmick. So this fighter has to have no gimmicks. So Hercules is out. He's got the power of the gods. Iron Man is out because Iron Man uses the suits. You know, like Thor is out because Thor uses the power of freaking Asgard and the gods. Like, it just doesn't. I can't think of a single one that fulfills is just a normal human fighter that somehow manages to, like, overcome the gods or something. Captain America is physically enhanced by the serum, the super soldier serum, which makes him not only incredibly strong, it also makes him incredibly agile and incredibly intelligent. It enhanced him in every single way possible. So he is not a regular human by any stretch of the imagination. Or unless you could simply say that he's the peak that we could possibly ever achieve if we were the perfect versions of ourselves in every category. which I don't really think is possible for any human to obtain, not even a barbarian. That's one of the reasons why he's so powerful. Captain America has always been ridiculously powerful in terms that we don't really quite understand. Like, his intelligence level is off the chain as well, despite the fact that, you know, there's a whole lot of other very intelligent people around him. He is a planner. So, like, the intelligence that he has allows him to plan out, like, the strikes of his shield, for instance, when he throws his shield and his shield bounces off like 6 or 7 things and somehow manages to come back to his hand. It's not like accidental. He's specifically doing that. He's specifically making the shield come back to him by planning out the route that the shield is going to take.
What do you need?
Superhuman.
Impossible.
I mean, even King Arthur, who is probably just a really strong fighter, also had, you know, a freaking mystical sword and mystical armor, and, you know, he had freaking Excalibur. Hawkeye, I mean, I guess Hawkeye would be considered more of like an Amazon, who's utilizing, you know, tools. So I talked about that earlier as well. Like, so the Amazon is utilizing what we would consider to be tools, you know, exploding arrows and so forth and so on. I mean, if you take away all of Hawkeye's tools and bring him back to a bow, he's still a bow fighter. He's not a melee fighter.
I got a key of terror.
Nice.
Got a cows up if you wanted that for XP as well.
Okay, I'll be doing just a second.
I won't get any EXP from cows.
Oh.
It's too low level. It's level 81, like, and cows already has like a nerf to the total EXP that it outputs. So I'll get like nothing there.
What is normal cows good to?
Normal cows, what, EXP wise?
Yeah.
24, 25-ish.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
I didn't hear what he said.
24, 25-ish.
Oh. Well, then I must be odd, because I just hit 31 here.
Yeah, but you'd get
Probably
much better EXP doing like Bale or something. You can do Bale up till around level 45.
I haven't done Ancients yet.
I mean, there's like a much higher level that you can get to, like, eventually. Like, if you just keep on trucking. I remember one time I got a druid up to like level 70. It was like 79 or 80 doing nightmare Bale runs. It was a little late for me to be leaving nightmare.
Yeah, I just didn't want to get back into questing right away because my power got knocked out like 20 minutes ago, and I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to get knocked out again. We're getting pounded right now. Snow-wise.
In the middle of a storm. Batman is super duper rich, and he would fall into the Amazon category. So he has tons of gadgets, tons of machines, you know, like tools. You can even call them like in the goblin category, because the goblins are very similar. You know, they have tons and tons of different tools and things that they use to achieve their means. Maybe not necessarily magic, but... You know, there is a fighter came before Batman. I can't remember his name, like, right off the top of my head, but he might classify. He was a boxer, had like a panther outfit or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. And he basically just ran around punching everybody. As far as I'm aware, he did not have any tools whatsoever. And even if he did have tools and used like boxing gloves or something like that, I mean, that would just classify as a regular weapon. Using regular weapons is fine. Like, that's what the barbarian does. Sword, axe, shield, you know, whatever. Like, that's just considered a regular weapon. What we're talking about is a little different because it goes into, like, well, you know, for this Amazon, for instance, or for, like, Batman or whatever like that. Like, he's not using regular tools. I don't think anybody would say Batman uses regular tools. His are highly advanced. Most of them require some pretty serious degrees to create. I mean, Wonder Woman almost qualifies because she uses a lot of regular weapons and shields, but at the same time, she's also freaking the daughter of not Athena, Hera. She's the daughter of Hera. So, you know, she doesn't really qualify either. Same thing as, like, kind of Hercules kind of a deal. It's really strange to find a hero like the Barbarian in a world that is mystical like this. Especially when you consider the fact that the Barbarian is, like, the least mystical out of all of the heroes.
Oh my god, I thought I had gotten that, Sorceress cap. I can't think of the name of it.
Harlequin Crest.
Yeah, I got something else. Biggins
Barb does have
bonnet.
shouts. Oh, you got Biggins bonnet? Nice. Nice little Lobie cap for your Lobies.
Yeah, well, I thought it was, Shaco.
Oh, no. It's got to be a Shaco to be a Shaco. It's got to be a Shaco to be a Shaco. Gotta be a Shaco for the freaking Shaco. Gotta do the Shaco. It's the kind of Shaco.
I have found white Shakos, I have found yellow Shakos, blue Shakos, but not the Harlequin's Quest.
Yeah, it's pretty common to go a long time without finding a Shaco, and then sometimes, like, it'll literally pop up like 2 or 3 times. I've had it happen to me quite a few times. I'll just be walking along, find one random spot, and then walking along again, and then find another one. Like, on one day, I literally found 3 in a row. And then, like, the entire time previous, I hadn't found one in, like, weeks.
You gotta love the troll moments when you see a yellow one drop and you're like, wait, is that? Nope.
Well, on my other monitor, there's, like, a color difference, and sometimes the yellow items do kind of look like... They do kind of look like uniques.
Well, I
With
got so
500
excited
units.
when this gold one dropped, and it had dropped from the Cow King, and then it turned out to be something different.
You're trying to consider between traps and MASIN? I mean, quite honestly, they're nowhere near the same build. Maybe this will help you decide. They're both good builds. But, sorry, my throat acting up all of a sudden. The MA Sin is very much a in-your-face fighter. Front line. You're going to be in there. You're going to be taking damage. You're going to be absorbing stuff. You're going to be putting it out. The Trap Sin is very much so a kiting class. Yes, you have traps, but, you know, like, what are you doing while your traps are there? So most of the time you're running around like a chicken with your head off, trying to stay alive, making sure you're not getting beat down by random monsters. So, like, the differences between them are pretty vast. If you enjoy playing characters that kite a lot, the Trap Sin is a very kitey class. If you don't enjoy playing characters that kite a lot, well, then the MA Sin is probably a better choice. So really just think about it as a melee versus a, like, spellcaster kiter situation. You're choosing between melee and kiting. Exactly. All that fanaticism don't mean nothing, Jack. 'Cause if you're frozen, you got my back. It's so hard to tell sometimes on some of the skinnier items whether they're ethereal or not. So Billy Elliotson free, we're gonna take it down for C. Oh, Billy Elliotson, Billy Elliotson, Billy Elliotson free. Carbo, maybe okay. Meh, meh, meh. Moving on to number 5.
Oh, you're almost there, though. Got a tiny little sliver left.
Tiny little sliver. Also happens to be like 3.5 million.
I know when you're that high of a level, it's like...
$3.5 million EXP. Oh god. Murdering everything. Boop, boop. Murdering everything. Boop, boop. So you're full melee Zealer dreaming?
Until I can get to... Well, yeah. Going for a full dream build, obviously. That's the dreaming, yeah.
Dreaming.
My joke is dreaming that I'll
Dreaming of a full dream Zealer.
Exactly.
A dream Zealer like you've never seen. Where the lightning damage comes right out your soul and arcs back into your nose. Sing it with me now. Dreaming of a dream, Paladin, just like the ones I've never played. that I saw up on YouTube, and other people bragged about the damage they could do.
I definitely played one back in Melody.
'Cause I played one back in Lord of Destruction, but that was long, long time ago, where the graphics were terrible and the paladins were awesome with hammers spinning from the sky.
Those are fun days. I had a Dream Paladin, and my friend did the Fire Dragon Paladin.
It was pretty easy to build one back then.
Oh yeah, totally.
Everybody was like handing out burrs like they were candy.
Well, yeah, because they didn't really. When I had them, they didn't really do ladder resets, so ladder reset could go on forever.
I still remember this one guy came into a game, just had like a bunch of burrs in his inventory, and like he was asking for paladin gear. Had no clue what the burrs were worth he was holding on to, and like anything I put up, he would throw up a burr rune. I put up like some crappy charm that wouldn't even be worth a soul rune, and he'd throw up a freaking burr rune and trade it to me for it. And I remember I had like a whole freaking inventory of burr runes that day. I know he bought them because he ain't have no idea what the value of those runes were.
Oh,
And the items that I was putting up were not worth burr runes. They were totally not. But if he had actually played the game and paid the toll, so to speak, he would have known.
Indeed.
But that's the thing, is most of these people don't pay the toll. They don't know. They're just buying stuff to be buying stuff. Yeah, that might have been my fault.
It's alright.
There's dolls in these here woods. Lots of dolls in these here woods. I do enough AoE damage that what I try to do is I try and like get one doll off by himself and just kill the one doll. Because if I kill the whole pack of dolls, it doesn't go very well. Like, you don't want to kill them all at once. You gotta kill them slowly.
They go boom.
Killing them slowly with my kicks. Spending my whole life. The Punisher would almost classify if he wasn't using, like guns. He's definitely not enhanced as far as I'm aware. Although he does have a gimmick. I guess maybe the gimmick precludes him. Doesn't the Punisher have like something wrong in his brain where he can't feel pain? Some sort of like wound that he encountered while he was like in Somalia or some crazy stuff like that. I'm making stuff up at this point, but I remember it was like some sort of wound that prevented him from being able to heal himself or to feel the pain of like the damage that he was taking. Which of course gave him almost like a superhuman sort of a ability to, just like take massive amounts of damage. I can't remember what it was called. Price check on a 1536. Somebody was telling me 1536s were going for pretty low by comparison to like a 1540. I can't remember what it was the other day. A barbity clubbity. Barbity clubbity clubbity barb. It's a barbity club. Might as well go to the kill Diablo too while we're here. I just sold a 1540 for 4 burr runes, so a 1536 is going to be a lot less than 4 burr runes. Seepa. Well, the Punisher is a very dangerous man. Hell Froze Nova, huh? Sounds like the name of a character. Like, I keep trying to think of a hero that doesn't have some sort of gimmick that would be similar to a barbarian, but I just can't think of one. I was even trying to go into, like, martial artists, which I don't feel like martial arts is a gimmick. I mean, that's just something that it's a skill that you learn. I mean, Batman applies to that, but, you know, Batman uses all his little tricks and everything. And I was also thinking about some of the other, like, martial artists in the, like DC and Marvel comics and stuff like that, and it just doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot of... like, Iron Fist, kind of almost, maybe, sort of-ish, but he doesn't, because he's unfortunately not quite there. I'd almost say Green Arrow applies. I don't think Green Arrow has been enhanced in any way, shape, or form, as far as I understand it, but he also uses, you know, tons of tricks and utilities and things like that to assist him. He's got the bows, and he's got all the special arrows, and all the other cool things that he can add into his arsenal. He's very much like Batman in a lot of ways, or Hawkeye. Like, I mean, it's basically just another version of Hawkeye, right? Although, from what I know about Green Arrow, I mean, he's been trained by the best of the best of the best, right? You know, it's funny, the only character I can think of that comes close to the Barbarian is Aeolus. Aeolus was a hero who fought alongside of Hercules, who did not have godlike powers, and fought with weapons, swords, shields, axes, things like that. And although he was fighting with Hercules on many occasions, he still didn't have any, like, enhancements. He didn't have any magical items. Like, for the most part, it was just him. I don't think Xena's sidekick ended up being I mean, Xena herself, I don't think had any powers. As far as I remember it, Xena didn't have any powers either, now that you mention it.
No, she doesn't.
I mean, she did eventually get powers later. Like, I think she became a god at one point. Like, you know, like ate from the tree of whatever. I can't even
Yeah,
remember.
but she originally didn't start out that way.
Yeah,
She was already a hero.
She was definitely like, well, I mean, she was a villain when she started.
Well, yeah.
Let's be honest, all right? She was a villain first, and then came the hero
And
later.
she started being nice. Well, not nice, but...
I'm not entirely sure, though, like, we can count Xena, because Xena was constantly being helped by the God of War on a regular basis.
Ares.
He was constantly helping her, like, in every single, like, chance that he got. And it wasn't until she became a hero that he stopped helping her. But she also did have a gimmick too, now that I'm remembering. She had the chakram, which was like the special weapon made out of some sort of special alloy. I can't remember. So I think I remember in like one episode there was like some sort of warriors that had like almost impenetrable armor or something, and it turned out that they were made out of like the same material as her chakram or something. And
the Amazons or whatever it was.
I can't remember the name of the warriors. They were like clad in like super armor.
Yeah.
Aeolus did
Alright, guys,
eventually become a god too, from what I remember.
All right, guys, I'm heading to bed. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
I think what this proves is that there's really no warrior that even matches the barbarian. Now, Conan might be up for debate, and I actually need to look up Conan's sword. So let's look up Conan's sword real quick. So Conan's sword was an Atlantean sword that once belonged to an ancient king who, along with this sword and several servants, was buried in a small tomb. Conan stumbles upon the tomb while he's being chased by a pack of wolves, and inside he finds the sword, which he uses to remove his shackles and slay the wolves. The Atlantean sword was 27 inches long, including a handle. The handle extends 6.5 inches, blah, blah, blah. The idea was to make a sword so that someone could reach forward. I was talking about the design of the sword. The sword also has runic hieroglyphs carved along its blade, but according to Jody Sampson, master sword maker for Conan Barbarian, they are meaningless markings in a made-up script. The Destroyer Atlantean is 2 inches longer than the Barbarian Atlantean, overall an inch longer in grip, so nothing special there. Of course, that's the movie. Sounds like they're describing him as if he is Captain America. One article says that Conan the Barbarian obtained strength, or had strength that was far above the peak for his race. That apparently he was not average in any way, shape, or form for anyone of the human race. Which very similarly kind of describes Captain America, because Captain America is like the peak of what humans are capable of, but like in no way is it really even obtainable by us, like and through normal methods. Holy Fire Zealden? I mean, it's probably not going to be... Is it going to be your best in slot item? If it's going to be your best in slot item, I just throw 2 perfect fire facets in there. That's what I did with my Holy Freeze Paladin one time build before, was I ran the same exact weapon with 2 sockets, and I did 2 cold facets because it was a Holy Freeze Paladin. I mean, Conan would definitely be, I think, the closest thing to the Barbarian. It does seem like, despite the fact that Conan does seem to have some abilities that probably he shouldn't have for like a regular human, he does seem to be the closest thing possible to a barbarian, without a doubt. Have we cleared this out? Yeah, we haven't cleared this out yet, huh?
No, I just opened it up so you can get the XP here. Build up those charges.
Oh yeah, got my charges up. I'm ready to go. Well, hello, Conviction buddy. Viper Shifter the Howler. Ow.
Something's my mana.
I don't know though, like, I think Conan the Barbarian kind of proves my point though. I mean, think about the Conan the Barbarian movies. Were the Conan the Barbarian movies really all that interesting from, like, specifically the standpoint of the barbarian fighting? Or were they interesting because there was magic, there was spells, there were curses, there were snakes and, like, naked ladies and like everything else in the world going on in this mystical, like, universe, you know? Like, I think the Conan the Barbarian movies were much more interesting just simply because of everything going on, like, mystically. And that's kind of what it feels like to play the Barbarian. Like, you kind of feel like the non-mystical character in the mystical world.
You just shout and use your muscles.
Yeah. Ow, what the hell's going on? Oh, I got the wrong set of weapons on? No wonder I'm dying. I teleported in with my CTA.
Oh, yeah, don't do that.
Painful. Oh, no problem. How you doing, TV? I appreciate you watching my videos. You keep me from having to go to work at a real job. I don't want to go to work at a real job. I just want to work here because it's much more fun. Yeah, not close enough for Diablo to push me over, but
Probably get it from Fail.
hey, mesh belt, Gloom's trap. That's the I need mana belt. I need mana a lot belt. Can you please give me more mana? No, that's not enough. Give me more. I need more mana, please. Please, if you look. If you just give me the whole jug, and I'll just get myself my own mana. Thank you.
shoulder charges here.
I fall into the Instagram model category? Oh no, that's it. I quit, guys. I quit. Everybody, blame Joy. Blame Canada, blame Canada. Pop. Oh, there's nothing down here. That's so rude. Superior Hellforge plate.
I can't carry anymore.
It's no ED. There should be some sort of rule that says if it's superior, it needs to have something other than durability enhancement.
Yeah, that's not very superior.
And be like, oh yay, that's so great. Yeah. It's like that dragon meme that goes around where like they got the three-headed dragon, and like the the three-headed dragon always has like something. It's like superior halberg, like superior great halberg, and then it's like superior archon plate, and he's got like the crossed eyes and like his tongue's hanging out. So he's like one socket with enhanced durability. And be like, get out of here! You're not enhanced. Stop it. You're not superior. You're garbage. No, bad. Superior. F Horizons Tornado. F Horizons Tornado is the poor man's Stormlash. It's not very good. Like the only use that it has really is like Horizons Tornado is mildly useful for like early game builds, like if you just don't have the levels to actually use the Stormlash. But as soon as you can use Stormlash replaces it immediately.
No dolls.
Oh, yep, dolls. You said lots of dolls, right? That's what I heard.
I guess it must be opposite day.
$9 a.m. where you are? Where the hell are you? It's like 4 a.m. in the morning here.
I came out. 37 ED. Or 37 crushing blow.
Yay, we got all the dolls.
God, those things hurt.
Speedin'. Ah, yes, the speedins. The speeds. The speeds. Was it somebody who made this joke about, like, they made this joke about the, like, things coming from Sweden or something. And, like, every single time she named something that, like, supposedly came from Sweden, he's like, no, that's the Swiss. I'm like, he's like, nope, that's the Swiss. He goes, no, that one is Germany. And then what was it? He said smorgasbord. Smorgasbord is apparently comes from there. He's like, oh yes, that one's ours. He goes, but you guys use it to mean making yourself fat or something. Like, I was like, oh dang, all right. The hell movie was it? Oh no, it wasn't a movie. It was MASH. I remember. It was the guy with the broken penis. Didn't expect that one, did you? Yeah, there was an episode of MASH where the this guy comes to the unit, and Hot Lips Houlihan falls in love with him, and turns out he's from Sweden, and she really likes him, like really likes him, and she wants to do a little huggle snuggle, and he keeps trying to like push her away because he can't. Apparently he like sat on a landmine or something and lived. And apparently it like completely severed the nerve or something that controls his wing wang, and so he couldn't get it up anymore, and he didn't want to disappoint her. And I'm over here like,
Not here.
I'm like, first off, you don't need a wing wang to pleasure a lady, alright? You don't need a wing wang to do that, alright? You got a mouth. Put it to work. I don't know what to make of this. +3 Dragonflight with +1 Shadow Warrior. Like, I guess it could make a halfway decent mosaic. Like, but I feel like you'd want something a little bit different than that.
At least you get +3 skills. Whenever I find claws to pick up, they never have +3 skills.
I mean, it is a nice point saver. It does have the Shadow Warrior and the Dragonflight together, which is kind of interesting. Could be an interesting replacement. If only it was +3 Warrior and not +3 Shadow Flight, which most people don't care about having +3 Shadow Flight because it's just... all it represents is just a little bit of extra off-weapon ED, which doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. I mean, I know you can't see it because I'm behind me, but I mean, it's like 20% extra off-weapon ED, which is nothing. It's relatively nothing.
I mean, you just use that mostly the mobility, right?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's not even your main skill, so... Maybe somebody who's building some sort of crazy Dragonflight build, like maxed out Dragonflight and like maxed out Tiger Strike or something. So like maybe a PvP build or something where they're just trying to like one-shot people on like the first kick. Just teleport in, just like...
Perhaps.
Afternoon.
Well, Scorch is still alive. He's scorching it up. Scorch it up, up, scorch it up, up. Speaking of, like, Diablo 4, we were talking about Diablo 4 earlier. They keep coming up with these little sizzler reels. I've seen a couple of them. Also, funny enough, I think they gave away that Lilith is the end boss of Diablo 4.
Oh, Lilith is?
Yeah, there was this little doojank that they had on Twitter one day, and I did a video on it. But she basically said that the cathedral was painted with all of the bosses that you would fight over the course of the game, And then she said, and then the final boss, or the final fight, is Lilith. And, that culminates in the final fight that is Lilith. And I'm like, did she just give away the fact that Lilith was the end boss of the game? And when you go through, look at the cathedral pictures, like each of the pictures actually is one of the bosses that you'll be fighting. Of course, we don't know exactly what order they're going to be in, but let me bring it up on screen.
Well, I know Andariel's going to be in there because she's featured in the video. But I think she's going to be like one of the open world bosses.
So this is like the behind the scenes do jank where they're just showing off the stuff that they did. And they painted the cathedral. So basically each one of these panels represents one boss. It's kind of difficult to make out which each one is. The first one is that bottom panel, or the right panel. I actually haven't seen this yet. Let's just, let's just watch it, shall we?
I thought the mural project was absolutely not possible. The story of the painting is really the hero's journey in their confrontation with Lilith. We hired a team of modern-day masters led by Adam Miller to bring the painting to life.
And this job intrigued me because it was painting a church. They wanted something in a Baroque style, and the scale and the speed of it seemed a bit insane. So I thought, let's give it a try.
And I asked him when he was on site, has he ever done anything like this before? And he said, no, absolutely not. This is insane. The art direction for Diablo 4 is really rooted in this idea of delivering on the fantasy of a dark, gothic medieval world.
So when Adam called me up and told me about this project, I was like, wait, we're painting what and how big? It's unlike, ordinary realistic painting. You have to go like bigger and bolder.
I think the main goal was really to make something just epic in scale and call back to a time of Michelangelo and Da Vinci and these old masters that defined a generation of art. It's an honor to be associated with it. It's been a long journey, and I cannot wait for players to experience the game for the first time. I'll see you in Sanctuary.
I've had enough of cow games.
So even he said the same thing. He said this is the, let me go back just a little bit right here.
Really the hero's journey in their confrontation with Lilith.
So the hero's journey in their confrontation with Lilith. So we got 2 times that they basically said that Lilith is the end game boss. So Lilith is most likely the end game boss. We got 2 different people saying the same exact thing.
Right.
I mean, it makes kind of sense. I think Lilith would make a really good boss.
Well, it kind of seemed like they were building her to be up to the main boss.
Which means Anarius is probably going to help us kill her. You'd be like, that?
Or be
Nah, she's like the trailer for the game, She's the bait to get you to buy the game, to get you to play the game.
No, it makes sense for her to be the end boss.
We don't know what's going to happen.
It does make sense for her to be the end boss. I mean, she finally comes back and freaking who knows what she's doing. She going to make her way downtown. Make my way downtown, gonna kill Diablo and take his head.
So I I got in a series of cow games, and this guy was saying people were weird because they were talking too much. And then in the next group, nobody talked, and then he said we were weird because we wouldn't talk.
Yeah, you guys are weird. How dare you talk? You guys are weird. Why aren't you talking?
And then he accused me of being a bot because I wouldn't sit there and type while trying to kill cows.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I think it's time to move on from cows.
My poor little Hollow Knight. He needs to get washed. Looking a little yellow. Not sure how I can wash him, though. He's hand knit. He might shrink up.
If you wash him cold, it might be okay.
He was pretty expensive. Handmade. He's really cool. He's got his little Hollow Knight, little sword on the side. He's got his little robe, which seems to be separate, like, from him entirely. And then on peek underneath of his dress, he's got his little black body. And his big bulbous head. Seems like he's filled with some sort of cotton, or I'm not really sure what.
Yeah, it looks like what I would do is just run like a sink full of cold water with some laundry detergent, like mild detergent.
Just scrub him.
Yeah. Great marsh.
Ugh. That jank went from bad to worse.
Uh-huh. I think with that, we'll call it a night because I got to work tomorrow, so.
So, the minimum requirements on D4 are kind of insane. Do I still have those imaged up? Let me see if I still got the image on there. Beep beep. I should have recorded an image of the min stats. Oh well, this isn't actually the image of the min stats, but it has the min stats on it. Let me see if I can find one that's actually the right jank, but I mean, I guess you could still see everything, so what does it matter? So this one is interesting because it's like i5 2500K or AMD FX 8100. Like, it's such a low-end processor. It's very, very low-end processor. Speaking of processors, if anybody's interested in a processor, I recently upgraded my system to a Ryzen 5800X 3D, and I'd like to get rid of my 3800X. So if anybody wants a Ryzen 3800X, I give it to you dirt cheap, like, I don't know, like what, $70? How about that? I don't think you're going to be able to find a Ryzen 3800X for $70. Shoot me an email, gingergamingmentor@gmail.com. We'll ship it out to you. Other than that, I'm probably just going to post it on eBay and get rid of it that way, one way or another. Honestly, the 8 gigabytes of RAM really threw me. I haven't seen a system with 8 gigabytes of RAM in a long time.
Yeah, even now, most of the computers you buy at Best Buy either have at least 8 or 12.
What is interesting is that they require a solid state. So even at the bare minimum specifications, they're saying that you need a solid state. So we're probably going to have some really fast texture swapping going on. So if you guys are unaware of what that means, so if you have a video card and your video card has a certain amount of texture RAM, like say you're running 4 gigabytes of texture RAM, it's going to be swapping textures from the hard drive back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if you have a platter disk, if you've got like an old style platter disk hard drive, you might have some serious issues with texture pop in and other problems that have to do with essentially issues between loading those textures fast enough to the GPU. Cyberpunk had a very similar issue. Back when Cyberpunk released, a lot of the older PlayStation 4s and stuff like that were running rather aged and dying platter drives, and none of those platter drives could keep up with the amount of texture calls and things that were being put upon the system. It was too much of a strain, and the hard drives were failing. They just couldn't keep up with the load. Solid state, a SSD is like the bare minimum here, which is interesting. It's in both, by the way, not just the minimum, but also the recommended is a SSD. And if you don't have an SSD at this point, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They're super dirt cheap. You can pick up an SSD for like nothing.
I just upgraded my SSD. I had a 200 gig one, and I upgraded to a 1 terabyte one.
I mean, if you take a look on Amazon right now, I'm pretty sure you can find like a 256 gig for probably around like $30.
I actually paid $62 for my 1 terabyte.
1 terabyte is a lot bigger. I'm talking about like even just like if you just need a solid state, you don't have one. Like you can easily get one for like $30, like a small enough one that has plenty of space to run the game. The GPU, I'm actually kind of surprised at how low they decided to go on the GPU. I thought maybe like a 760, 1050 Ti. No, they went one tier lower with a 660.
My processor's really old. I've got an AMD 8600. It's they sold it as an 8-core, but it's really a 4-core. And then I got 16 gigabytes of RAM. And then I got a 5 gig video card.
Have a good rest of the night, y'all.
You too, man. But I mean, like the min requirements are really low. But then again, if you look at what the min requirements are, it literally says like 720p. So we're talking about like bare minimum. 720p is like what you run these days. Like if your computer can't handle 1080p. So like you might be in a situation where you're running Diablo 4 at 720p if you've got like just a garbage tier computer basically, and you might even be, I don't know if you can go lower than that these days. I mean, their recommended specifications is one thing, but like they're going at 1080p resolution, medium graphics with 60 FPS. I mean, most people are going to be running higher than that these days. Like we passed the 1080p era a long time ago. Like back when I was running a GTX 760, I mean, my GTX 760 could handle most 1080p stuff at around like 30 or 40 FPS. When I upgraded to the GTX 1080, I could handle everything at 1080p, like without an issue. Like a GTX 1080 can literally handle 1080p, 60 FPS, like it's a breeze. And they got the GTX 970 in here, which also handles 1080p content just fine as well. But like, what are the specifications for running like 4K, like 1440p, like things like that? What are we? I mean, if we require a 970 just to run 1080p at 60 FPS, what is it going to be for, running 4K at 60 FPS? I mean, we're going to have to test this stuff out, obviously. Like, one of the things I really want to do is I want to test out the Steam Deck. So I actually got my Steam Deck updated and ready, and I'm going to have to get it all hooked up and everything, but it's one of the things that we're going to check is we're going to see if we can install Diablo 4 on the Steam Deck, and we're going to see how it plays on the Steam Deck. I mean, I'm interested to find out one way or another whether the Steam Deck is going to be able to pull it off. I might have to do a Diablo 4 installation video. What do I have hooked up besides my Steam Deck? I can't remember. I think the Nintendo Switch is hooked up instead. Might have to get that all hooked up so that I can get that ready for the stream. What is... So there's no HDMI running to the dock right now. That's running over there, and that's plugged in there. So this whole setup needs to shift. Looks like you can invest in the lowest possible settings. What are you running right now, Kyle? Because, I mean, let's have some fun here real quick, shall we? So, let me bring up a window. Aside from laptops, you know, if you have a gaming laptop or whatever and you can't quite meet the minimum specifications, there's really not much we can do for you. But let me pull up my eBay account. What's going on?
I am running a Kyle from the show.
You're running what?
I am running a GTX 1650 Verizon 5 2600 with 12 gigabytes of RAM.
You got 12 gigs of RAM. You got a GTX. What did you say it was again?
1650.
1650. I mean, you should be fine with a 1650. What's the CPU?
A Ryzen 5 2600 6-core.
I mean, you should be fine.
Sweet.
All right, let's pull this up on eBay because I like to use eBay. I like eBay is a good benchmark for a lot of this stuff. All right, shield your eyes. I'm about to bring up a horribly white screen. All right, so GTX 1050 Ti, which is like a bare minimum card these days. What you do is you scroll down here, and we're going to go to sold items and completed listings. So make sure these two right here are checked. It's going to show us the ones that have already sold recently. Think about this as like an auction house. So what we're doing is I'm showing you how to look at previous sales and figure out how much these cards cost. As you can see right here, a GTX 1050 Ti costs about $60. Is what it looks like right now. Some of them are selling for 80, 76. But you know what the funny thing is about the 1050 Ti? All it is a GTX 760. It's literally just a slightly overclocked GTX 760. So if you look up GTX 760, they sell for about 40, 50, 55. They're a little bit cheaper. $44.99, $30, et cetera, et cetera. And a GTX 760 is one generation higher than the frickin' 660 that they're telling you to get. That is the bare minimum requirements. So if you've got a video card and your video card is garbage and you feel like you're not going to be able to run Diablo and you don't have the money to upgrade, well, guess what? A GTX 760 is like $30. Like, do you not? I mean, $30 is nothing. Like, it's next to nothing, actually. It's even less than nothing. Now, there are better versions, obviously, than the 760. Like, you can get a 764 gig. The 4 gigabyte one is a little bit more expensive. So the 4 gigabyte card is selling for $47, $39. I would definitely go for a 4 gigabyte over the 2 gigabyte texture because you may have some issues with not having enough texture memory. So the 4 gigabyte card might be a better choice. Solid states. So solid states is a whole nother thing. Like, if you don't have a solid state in your computer right now, like a 256 gigabyte SSD.
It's about 15 quid.
And we want SATA. So we're going to do SATA 2 and SATA 3. Those are the only two that we're interested in. You don't want anything older than that. And then, of course, you can get... I'm trying to remember here. We want internal SSD. And let's go with a 2.5 incher because those are the cheapest. 2.5-inch SSDs are installable in just about any computer, including laptops, by the way. And as you can see here, 256 gigabyte, $30, $20.54, $18.39 with free shipping. Some of these are off brands, so like this one right here, that's maybe not the best one to grab. But this one here is a Crucial MX 500. We've got some Kingstons. Kingstons are not bad. The A400 series. There's a Samsung there that sold for $16.99. Dirt cheap. So you're talking about like for a total of about like $60, maybe $70. You can get your hard drive and your video card upgraded. Super duper easy. Now you're not going to be able to do much about your processor because the processor is limited by the board. And you're not going to be able to do much about your memory because the memory is also limited by the board. And the cheapest upgrades with the most impact on the performance of your system are going to be these two upgrades right here. The solid state hard drive and the actual video card. Your video card is the other thing that's going to have the biggest impact performance on your system. Now, memory is the least of your concerns. As long as you're running at least 8 gigabyte, I wouldn't be too worried about it because bumping from 8 to 16 isn't going to have that vast of an performance increase for you. But if you're not running at least 8, you might need to upgrade. If you're running anything lower than 8, I would definitely put some thought into grabbing another chip. Now, the problem with this is that like when you start getting into that territory, like upgrading your CPU, upgrading your memory, upgrading your board, then you've got a whole bunch of other concerns going on that may or may not cause other problems, which will balloon out into a lot more costs. Like maybe you need a new power supply, then you need a new board, then you need new memory to go with the new board, then you need a new CPU to go with the board, and before you know it, you've spent $300, $400, $500, $600 going into this. I'm showing you guys the cheapest upgrades that you can make, like right now, to get your computer into a state where you can actually play Diablo 4 if you can't already. Now, if you have a laptop, I don't really know what you're going to do. Like, if you got a laptop, the best thing that you can do with laptops these days is upgrade the memory. Most of them are very unupgradable. The CPU is most likely completely and utterly stock. Like, there's nothing you can do with it. The GPU usually doesn't have anything you can do with it. About the only thing, honestly, that you can probably do with a laptop these days is undervolting. There's a guide, by the way, by Linus. This is his undervolting guide right here. If you've never pulled this up, I'll link this for you. Undervolting is the process by which you can get the most out of your chip. It does not work on systems older than like 2015, though. The tools involved to undervolt a chip to get it to its maximum capability are unfortunately not available for older CPUs. So if your CPU is out of the range of undervolting, you probably won't be able to play Diablo 4 anyway. There's no risk of damage to your computer with undervolting because it's not the same as overclocking. Overclocking overheats the chip, and the heat is what damages the chip. Underclocking is the process, or undervolting is the process by which you find the correct settings for your GPU and your CPU that the manufacturer never wanted to do. And through undervolting, you can get some pretty good performance out of even an older CPU. And an older GPU at that. It does take a little bit of technical knowledge and a little bit of work, but as I said, you can't actually damage your system with this. You can't. So you can play around with these numbers, follow some guides. This guide is honestly the best one. It goes over just about everything you need. There are some people who will go through the process of giving you what settings to do for each processor, so you can like look up your specific processor and go, okay, undervolting, Ryzen, such and such CPU, and then somebody will have like the exact settings there. And I will caution you of using their settings because they don't always work. So basically what it is, and the reason why undervolting is even a thing, for those of you who are on the laptops and have no other choice, the reason why undervolting is even a thing is because the manufacturer is too lazy to find the correct settings for the GPUs and the CPUs. So what they do is they find a generic setting which is higher than what it's actually supposed to be so that it works for all of the chips. But the problem is you have some chips that are like Superman, and you have other chips that are like Ernest Goes to College. Okay, and the ones that are Ernest Goes to College, literally that's the reason why they put a generic clock speed and a generic voltage on them, because the Ernest Goes to College ones can't go any lower. Like, they're terrible. And the Superman chips are like way down here, and they need to be undervolted massively to hit their true potential. And or to reverse it around, if it helps you guys understand it better, the chips come overclocked from the factory. And if you overclock a chip too far, they produce too much heat, they get thermal throttled, they get voltage throttled, and they can't put out their true potential. Laptop processors especially, because laptop processors have thermal throttling and voltage throttling built into them. So if they get too hot, they will never reach the full speed that they're capable of. By undervolting them, you reduce the heat, and by reducing the heat, you also increase the general speed that they're capable of, making them much faster CPUs and GPUs in the process. And unfortunately, this is one of the only ways you can really beef up an old gaming laptop, is getting it perfectly set up with the undervolting. And it's a pretty complicated process. As you can see here, there's a lot going on. Like, you gotta set up all sorts of things to get this correct. And it's not just the CPU, it's also the GPU. There's undervolting that can be done for the GPU as well. And I mean, just looking at this guide, you can see it's quite a large one. I mean, you still have time though. If you ordered a new GPU and got it installed, you know, like, if you ordered it today, you'd have like maybe 3 days, or 2 days or 3 days before it shows up. You'd probably still be in time for the beta, so you can play. I mean, I would use the beta as a benchmark too. Like, that's also something that's really important here. Like, use the beta as a benchmark for whether the game's actually going to work on your system and whether you need an upgrade. Like, if you hop into the beta and it's just unplayable and it's lagging and stuttering and, you know, like, where it won't even launch, then you know, like, you're like, all right, it's time to get an upgrade running. You know, maybe we'll get some little doojanks. Maybe I'll buy Ginger Gaming Mentor's RX 3800 that used to be in his computer. You never heard of undervolting, Harley? Well, now you have, and undervolting is absolutely great for laptops. I don't normally do undervolting for desktops as much, because desktops have massive amounts of cooling that they can apply, and there's really no reason to go through the process of undervolting a CPU that much unless it's having issues. If it is having issues, then yes, undervolt it. But normally you can just avoid it on the PCs. But like with the laptops, they're very poorly set up, and heat is such a huge concern for laptops that it definitely does cause issues. You will often find that laptops are just like freaking miniature heat boxes. They just like explode with heat. Half the time I'd be using one, like, and I'd have it set on my lap, and my lap would just be sweating. Like, just the entire area where the laptop is sitting was just like drenched in sweat, because the laptop's putting out so much heat I can't even stand it. And this undervolting helps out with that too. It helps out with the like ridiculous heat creation. And we're gonna make one of them doojangs. Put it in the bank. Gonna doojang. Got a row room, gotta put it in the pan. Ew. +2 poison and bone, 9% increased chance of blocking, all res 12, 43 poison, MDR, DR. The shadow necklace. Whoa, that's a nice roll. Wow, 16 dexterity and 6% in chance of blocking. Ooh. All res was a little low. All res 3. Not exactly the most amazing there, but yeah, not bad. Between the 6% increased chance of blocking and the 16 dex, would make it extremely easy to hit the 75% breakpoint. Quite as good. Level 94 with +1 pally. Unfortunately, that's just not quite. Level 94 is just way too high level for +1. By that point, pretty much everybody running +2s at that point, so not really all that viable. No good. I also seldom recommend getting laptops. I think gaming laptops are a freaking sham in my eyes. I don't think they're worth it. But I can understand why some people would want them. I mean, there are specific reasons why, you know, like, say I was like a musician or a trucker or something, and I drove all over the place, and I just never had a place that I could sit down and have a PC. Like in those situations, I can totally see it because it's something different, It's in this case, we're talking about a person who just can't sit still and they have no other options. And that's what I like to call laptops, gaming laptops, is the no other option setup. Like, because that's really what they are. Like, you use them when you don't have any other option. Because if you have another option, you would rather prefer something else. And that's really the truth of the matter.
I bought one for my uncle years ago because every 5 minutes he was asking me to let him borrow my computer.
Let me borrow your PC.
Well, when I got hurt and I had moved back home with my mother, my uncle had a room upstairs, and he kept walking in my room asking to use my computer. So to keep him off my computer, I bought him a laptop.
This is a nice little, like, almost a cat's eye amulet. 7% faster on walk, 3% life leech, 49 life, 4 replenish life, all res 15, and half freeze duration. It's almost like a little cat's eye. Like, it's not bad. Also, little cat's eye. Coming on down, little cat's eye.
I can't carry anymore.
Oof. I gotta take a restroom break. Sometimes I stream for so long, I don't even know what the hell life is. My girlfriend makes fun of me because I'll just be like, what time is it? And come out, and she's like, do you know what time it is? And I'm like, no, I don't, actually.
I'll lose track of time, and then all of a sudden the sun will start coming up. And I'm like, oops.
I lose track of days. I straight up lose track of days. Like, as much as I love the little clock at the bottom of my Windows thing, like, that shows the time and the date, I need it to tell me what day it is. I hate to say this, but I really need to see what day it is. Like, ask people all the time. I'll be like, hey, what day is it? And they're like, oh, it's the 14th. I'm like, no, what day is it? They're like, oh, it's Thursday. I'm like, thank you. All right, I'll be right back. 1 extra ohm rune. I don't think anybody has extra ohm runes unless they've been buying them off the RMT sites. You know what we could do? We could do a Diablo 4 video. I was trying to think of some content that I could come up with as far as Diablo 4 is concerned. And, you know what? I'm a very high tech guy. I know about some technology, alright? And maybe that's what I should do. We'll try and put something together right now. We'll record it. Let me go ahead and exit Diablo. And let's see what we can put together. I could probably figure something out. So first thing is, we need a better system spec image. One that is not blurry and doesn't have anything over the top of it. So let me go ahead and download that. Look, Ma, no hands. I don't like that one either. See if I have one in Discord. I might have put them in my work notes. It's a special channel you guys can't see where I post all my work notes. That's right. At least you shouldn't be able to see it anyway. It's not my work notes either. Freaking poopies. Oh, interesting. Article ID 251518. Heh. Hey, it's not so bright either. That's nice. We can use this. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oi, 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 oi. Bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Toot, 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 toot. Hey, there we go. That looks nice. Let's actually bring this up here. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. What specs am I on? I am on a Ryzen 5800X 3D. 32 gigabytes of 3200 RAM. I didn't really see any reason in getting anything higher. RTX. I always want to say GTX because they were GTX for so long, and then they changed it to RTX and screwed over my head. 3090 and NVMEs. Lots of NVMEs. I'm more than good. I should be able to run at 4K, at least I hope so. Alright, if you've never been here for one of my live recordings, which is what this is going to be, basically what I'm doing is I'm going to record the video like right here with all you guys, listening. I'm not going to respond to any comments or anything while I'm talking about this stuff, though, so it's basically just going to be me recording a video, and then eventually I will end the video. So I do my intro, do the video, do the outro, etc. I need a couple other tabs pulled up here, though, so that we can pull up the various things that I need to talk about. So first, let's go to eBay. And let's pull up a GTX 760 4GB. Let's do the same thing that we did last time. So let's pull up our sold items. So we're going to have that prepped and ready, basically. Then we're going to do another search. And I'm going to do 256 gigabyte SSD. And we're going to get this set up in advance so that we can actually do everything right here. Let's take the, well, it doesn't really matter. I've got mini SATAs on here. I think I may have put one or two many restrictions here. And let's restrict it to 2.5 inch. Where's my 2.5 inch restriction? There it is, 2.5. And then we need the undervolting guide. So let's pull up Linus undervolting guide. All right. I don't do water cooling, Pancat. I've never been interested in it. Not even back in the day when water cooling was like a mythical thing that nobody could get their hands on. I still wasn't interested. I don't like the idea of everything that I've got inside my system going up in smoke because I made a mistake or a leak springs somewhere. It's not something that I'm interested in. And I don't really feel like the performance gains from air cooling to water cooling is really that much of a gain. Air cooling is just so much easier. All the way around. You've water cooled for 22 years. I've air cooled for my entire life. I've never had a single issue. I can't think of a single time I've had an issue with air cooling. Not even once. I mean, as long as you clean your case on a regular basis. I mean, you still got to do that with the freaking radiators too. I mean, it's not like it's really much of a difference there. And the radiators have fans as well, so fans can potentially fail on the radiators. You're just adding more. You're just adding more points of failure, in my opinion. Like, not less points of failure, but more points of failure. With an air cooling system, you've got 2 points of failure. You've got the fan, whether it could potentially fail or not, and the fan will, of course, pull in dust and debris. So the fan itself is a point of failure, and usually if you keep it clean, it's fine. And the contact point, where the cooler meets the actual CPU, that is your other point of failure, contact. So if you're not having a flush contact, or if for some reason your contact isn't correct, things could go badly. But both of those are still issues with the water coolers. So you haven't taken away points of failure, you've just added more points of failure. I mean, like, if we think about all the different points of failure that you could potentially have from a water cooling system, there's a vast number. Number one, your radiator can rust and spring leaks itself. So you could get your hosing correct, you can get your rubber connectors correct, you could do everything correct, and your radiator can still rust and spring a leak itself. The fan can die on your radiator. The radiator can become encrusted with dust and other problems. The connection between any of the rubber housings can fail. It'll spring a leak at any point along the loop. Now, custom AI, the AI, the all-in-one ones are a little bit different, and they have less points of failure, but they still have the same kind of things going on. The radiator can rust, the fan can fail, the pump can stop. The pump stopping is apparently one of the things that I've seen happen the most. And so what ends up happening is you don't get any water, you don't get any problems going on with the cooler, like the system. There's no dust buildup on the fan. But what happens is the pump stops working, and you've got the CPU all nice and overclocked because you've got it water cooled, and it overheats and kills itself because the pump stops working. It's just too many points of failure, like, to me. I like to keep things simple. I don't want to have to worry about what's going on inside my case. I don't want to have to worry about whether the pump is working. I don't want to have to worry about whether my radiator is rusting. I don't want to have to worry about none of that. I mean, if you undervolt them correctly to their proper settings, they usually don't require water cooling at all. We're getting into the PC world of things. There's always the guy who's like, I've never had any issues with water cooling my entire 22 million years that I've been water cooling. And you're an anomaly, sir. Like, I'm going to call you out on the video right now. You're an anomaly. There are thousands of millions of people that have issues with water cooling all the time. Springing a leak, improper installation, all sorts of things, rusted through radiators, pumps failing. It's a constant and, like, never-ending thing. And is some of it user error? Yes. There is some user error involved. But think about this. How much user error actually goes on with an air cooler? If I'm installing an air cooler that has a fan, there's only 2 ways I can F it up. Number one, don't remove the plastic cover on the bottom of the heatsink. And number two, don't plug in my fan. Like, that's like the entirety of, like, user error for heat sinks. And believe it or not, it's not even that bad to leave the stupid little plastic thing on, because it doesn't cause your CPU to overheat to the point where it fails. It just causes issues. It causes high temps and it causes problems, but it won't actually cause your CPU to fail. And once you realize that mistake, you can take off the heat cooler, pull the little plastic thing off, redo your thermal grease, put it back on, and you're good. Like, where failure represents the loss of my entire system, I don't like that. It's the same reason why I don't play hardcore. I don't want to make one mistake and have everything get wiped from the face of the planet. I prefer things that are more foolproof. Yeah, but even a lawnmower, if you accidentally stuck your foot underneath of there or your hand under there, you lose a hand or a foot, you don't lose your life. Okay, we're talking about the difference between a small mistake, meaning something that, definitely it changes your life, but it's still a small penalty. Losing your hand or foot is definitely a small penalty compared to losing everything. If you make a mistake with your water cooling system, you don't hook up something correctly, you spring a leak, the pump fails or whatever, it could potentially mean the catastrophic failure of your entire system, which would essentially, in the lawnmower analogy, would mean the loss of your entire life. And unless somebody is sticking their head in the lawnmower, that's not happening. Now I have a picture of someone sticking their head in a lawnmower. I mean, most people, even with water coolers, don't overclock their system anyway, Pancat. You're talking about a subset of people which represents the smallest fraction of the PC user base. All right? You're talking about not only regular users, which aren't water cooling, they're air cooling. Water cooling users, most of the time, don't even overclock. So neither the air coolers nor the water coolers, most of the average user base is not overclocking their system. So the only people that you're talking about are the top 1%, which is literally above my camera, who are water cooling and overclocking at the same time. It's the smallest subset of people as far as I'm concerned. Most people do not overclock their systems. Most people are scared to overclock their systems because they know that overclocking their systems can potentially be dangerous, which is one of the reasons why I very aptly pointed out that undervolting, blind all you guys by the way, that undervolting does not damage your system. And that's why people are more apt to undervolt their system than they are to overclock their system, because undervolting their system doesn't have a potential huge negative side effect. If you were to overclock your system incorrectly, even overclock your system correctly, and your pump failed, you could potentially damage your CPU, and you could potentially damage other components within your system as well. Overclocking is dangerous. Once that CPU hits a certain temperature, things start to go bad. And I've dealt with overclocked CPUs before in the past, and once they receive that damage, they're never the same. They don't function properly again after they go through an overheating issue above a certain temperature. The damage to the CPU becomes permanent. And once that CPU is in that position, you might as well just replace it because it's not worth using anymore. A lot of the times you have to underclock them quite a bit just to get stable performances out of them after you damage them by overclocking. And overclocking is complicated and time intensive. And it takes a very long time to get optimal performance out of overclocking. And most people do not have the technical expertise nor the patience to do so. So water cooling becomes one of those things that's just like a superfluous extra. Something that you do if you're a power user, if you're a hot rod manufacturer, if you're building a race car. The 5800X3D runs at 90 degrees Celsius. I underclocked it. Didn't take very much effort whatsoever. And I'm already running at 70 degrees Celsius. Didn't really take me very much effort to underclock it either. I'm using a program called PBO2. Anyway, let's see if we can get this video in. Trying to make sure I've got everything prepped. So we've got cheap video card to purchase to upgrade your system. Cheap SSD to upgrade your system. Laptops, undervolting for laptops. Laptops can also get the SSDs, so we'll have to make sure we mention that. That's actually a pretty easy and pretty simple upgrade for most laptops these days, is upgrading to a solid state. Video card, I mean, 760 is an interesting choice. Let's also bring up the 1050 Ti as well. Let me put that one on the list as well. I can't remember, does the 1050 Ti have lower wattage requirements? Because that might also be a concern, specifically for people who might not necessarily have a good PSU. If they don't have a high dollar power supply, we could be looking at an issue there. But there we have the GTX 1050 Ti. Let's put that right here. What else can we talk about here? I mean, one thing is cleaning out your systems. If you guys think if you got an older system and you guys haven't cleaned it out in a while, you might want to give it a clean. Dust and debris and all that stuff can definitely bog down a system. I don't really think they'll throttle badly so much as they're just kind of overclocked. Once you get them set up properly, they actually do very well. The 5800X3D, like I said, has 90 degrees Celsius temps on a lot of games. And with a little bit of effort and a little bit of trouble, a little bit of troubleshooting, I was able to very easily bring those temps down with absolutely no loss in performance whatsoever. In fact, when I tested my CPU on several different benchmark programs, I was in the 99th percentile with the underclocking in place. So by undervolting the chip and giving it the performance that it deserved, I didn't lose any performance. In fact, I gained performance over my previous test, which I was sitting at something like the 94th percentile. So by undervolting, I actually increased the potential of the chip to the 99th percentile, and I also decreased the overall thermal profile on an air cooler. I just use this one. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Noctua 240 millimeter AIO. Oh, AI, all in one water cooler. No, that's not what I meant. Let's see if I can find it. I believe that one is mine right there. The NHD15 looks correct. Looks correct. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I researched this in advance to find one that was a very good air cooler, and this was the one I ended up picking. I can't remember 140 millimeter fans. Yeah, 140 millimeter fans. Because I'm pretty sure this is the one that looks exactly like it. It could also be the U12A. That one looks very similar as well. Now, see, now I can't remember. Now I can't remember which one. It does look like, no, it doesn't look like that in my case, because that's, the one that I have has the two fans on either side like this one. And this one is the fan in the middle. So it's not the D15, it's the U12A. Yeah, the U12A. I'm pretty sure I just did something like this. I just did a Google search and I was like, best air coolers for PC, or something like that. And I'm pretty sure it came up with Like, you know, when you're searching through the internet, like there's these graphs and people like test out every single cooler like this or something. And they go over like every single cooler and they're like, this is the best one, like with the lowest temperatures. And like, see, it's got the NH15D right there. And then, they got like the Deck Pooty Pool Assassin 3 and all that other like crazy stuffs. And I'm pretty sure I just did a little bit of research and that's when I came across my cooler and I was like, okay, that one's pretty sweet. The Noctua seems to be killing it as far as like the benchmarks go. So I picked up the Noctua. I don't even know if mine's still on here. The NHD15. I mean, it tends to handle them just fine if you undervolt. That's what I'm talking about. A lot of people misunderstand what undervolting is, and they think that undervolting will actually make your CPU slower. Let me dispel some issues or some myths here about undervolting. Undervolting doesn't make the CPU slower; it actually makes it faster. Undervolting is literally the process by which you're finding the correct clocks and the correct frequencies and the correct voltage for the system. You're not forcing it into a slower state. You're bringing it to the correct values so that it's not creating massive amounts of heat and throttling itself. And when it doesn't throttle itself, when it's no longer throttling because it's overheating, it actually performs faster than it did when it was stock. And this is what a lot of people just don't seem to understand about undervolting and why undervolting is so freaking amazing, is that it's not slowing down the chip, it's speeding it up. And certain chips that have really high thermal profiles, especially the ones that you're talking about in the 7000 series and up, that are extremely hot running chips, benefit from this undervolting the most, because it allows them to run at cooler temperatures and maintain the speed that they're able to put out. Water cooling and overclocking is the exact opposite. Now you're making the chip generate more heat, and you have to deal with that heat by getting it away as quickly as possible. So you're water cooling to get that heat away from the chip. I'm trying to bring down the amount of heat the chip is making, and when you're overclocking, you're bringing up the amount of heat that the chip is making. So if you have a particularly hot chip in the first place, and you're trying to overclock it, yeah, you're going to need all the cooling in the world that you can get out of it. And you still might not get more performance than I'm going to get by undervolting it. And honestly, undervolting is safer and just in general produces far less heat. Honestly, heat is the enemy of all computers, and overclocking is like the exact opposite of what you'd want to do. It's what creates more heat. Trying to think what else we can add to this video, because I do want this video to be complete. Memory. So memory is an issue, and memory is so specific to every single computer. Somebody might be running DDR3, somebody might be running DDR4, somebody might be running DDR5. You also got the SODIMMs and the DIMMs, and you've got the freaking the laptop chips, and each laptop chip is different. And then there's matched pairs and all that other bull crap, and I just don't know if we can really go over all that in this video. I got to think of a way to bring it as simple as possible. Honestly, I think the simplest way to do it would be to, number one, talk about not purchasing an upgrade chip. So, like, if you're running 8 gigabytes of RAM and you want to just throw in another 8 gigabytes, it's not a good idea just to simply buy another 8 gigabyte chip and throw it in, because then you have what's called a mismatch pair. And the mismatch pairs can sometimes be not very good. Like I've encountered quite a few issues with mismatch pairs over the years. So number one, you probably want to order the same chip that's in your system or get a kit. So kits are basically chips that come with two different, chips that are identical. So like, for instance, if I bought a 16 gigabyte chip, it might be 2 8 gigabyte chips that are identical. Or if I buy a 16 gigabyte chip, it might be 4 4 gigabyte chips that are identical. A kit is honestly the best way to go when it comes to memory because you get matched pairs, and matched pairs have the best performance. If you go with something that's different than a matched pair, if you buy a bunch of like random chips and put them into a computer, it's just not going to work very well. Yeah, the most motherboards nowadays tell you, like if you actually look at the motherboard, most of them will tell you to use slot 1 and 2 or 2 and 4 or whatever it is, like for your first chips. Most of them will tell you that. But I mean, we're talking about, I got to keep this as simple as possible. You guys are tech nerds and I'm a tech nerd, okay? But like not everybody's a tech nerd. Keeping this stuff as simple as possible is going to help out the widest amount of people. Just like we were talking about earlier, the water cooling is like for the top 1% pretty much. Water cooling and overclocking. Okay, water cooling and overclocking is pretty much for the top 1%. Like a lot of this stuff that we get into, like more of the specific stuff, is also just like it's out of their reach. Like they're not going to understand it anyway. You know what we could do? Let's do this. GTX 660 versus 1050 Ti. These user benchmarks are usually useful for showing speed differences between chips. So a 660 is the recommended card, or the minimum requirement card, right? So as you can see right here, the 1050 Ti is 47% faster, according to the benchmarks. It's basically about 40 to 50% faster in just about every regard. And as far as value goes, just a hell of a better value, like all around. But as you can see, it's not really that much faster than the 660, is it? The 760 is also pretty much the same exact speed increase. So when you pull up the NVIDIA GTX 760, it's about the same, 30%. Like it's a 30% increase there. The TI is going to edge it out by a little bit, but that's because the 1050 Ti is a slightly different card. Now, what I did want to look up, I need to look this up before we get started. Let me back out of here. GTX 1050 Ti wattage. 75 watts maximum. So the 760 does have a higher wattage draw. 170 watts on the GTX 760 versus the 75 watts on the Ti. So this is important because if somebody has a relatively low PSU, you know, we're running like a really bad power supply, the 1050 Ti is more likely to work in an older system with a bad power supply than the 760, which has the 170 watt maximum. I do remember the 760 being quite a power hog as far as like wattage was concerned. As you can see there, 121 system idle. So definitely a concern. A concern. All right. So we'll keep that on the back burner for right now. There's really not much you can do about somebody's CPU. I hate to say this, but if you've got a very specific CPU that's lower than what's required, that's not something you're going to be able to upgrade. For those of us who've been in the tech world for a really long period of time, we know, but like you don't really get much of a performance boost by upgrading your CPU. Unless you've just got like the bottom dollar CPU for your particular socket. And even then, a lot of the times upgrading to the highest CPU on your socket isn't really going to give you that much of a performance gain versus just simply upgrading the motherboard. And unfortunately, when you upgrade the motherboard, you also have to upgrade the RAM, you have to upgrade the You know, like just about everything essentially. Probably also your power supply, the whole 9 yards. You might even need a new case at that point, depending on how small or how proprietary the case is. Like it gets complicated when you have to upgrade your CPU to a different model. It's one of the reasons why I went with this particular board, because they had promised that this particular board would support the next generation of chips, which is what I'm using now. I upgraded from the 3800X to the Ryzen 5800X 3D with the 3D V cache. It's a very nice chip. I'm actually very surprised with this chip. It's probably one of the best chips I've seen. Best CPU upgrades I've seen in quite some time, actually. Hmm. 8 GB is low. Like I don't know about you guys, but 8 GB is low. Like where's my performance right now? I closed Diablo, by the way. Okay, so before I bring this up, I wanna point that out. I closed Diablo already. All right, so when I pull this up, I want you to know that this is with no game open. So no game at all. This is my task manager and my memory usage right now for my task manager. I am utilizing 13 gigabytes of RAM at this particular moment without the game even open. Okay? And if I open Diablo, Diablo 2, by the way, not Diablo 4, which I would assume that Diablo 4 is going to take more memory, not less. If I open freaking Diablo, now I'm running, what, 14.9, 14.8, and then the game's not even actually loaded in yet, so let's get into a game real quick. Now I'm at 17.8, 16.8. So, like, just running Diablo 2 Resurrected and, like, my streaming software and, like, you know, Chrome and whatever various other things I've got running in the background, I'm already way over 16 gigs. I feel like this is pertinent, so we'll probably use this in the video as well, so why not? I'm going to close this for right now, though. All right. I think we've got enough stuff to do this video. I'm going to try and put it all together. I'm going to try and hit the bullet points. Maybe you guys can remind me. I'll try and keep an eye on chat, but no promises of maybe something that I've missed. But I'm actually going to write myself a little list here so that I don't forget. So number 1, cheap video card upgrades or upgrade options. Number 2, SSD upgrade options. Number 3, talk about the difficulty in upgrading CPU. Number 4, memory upgrade kits versus individual chips. Is there a swappy game open? I don't think there's anything going on right now at all, pretty much. It's like butt crack of dawn in the morning. Yeah, NVMEs versus solid states is like a whole different thing. And yeah, if you can upgrade to an NVMe, then you can do it. But you got to remember that NVMEs require NVMe sockets. So if you don't have an NVMe socket, you might not be able to upgrade to an NVMe. That's something completely different. And like, if you can do an NVMe, then do it. I would recommend an NVMe over a solid state any day of the week. But if you have a platter drive and you don't have a solid state at all, and you can't get an NVMe, get a freaking solid state, an M.2 or whatever it is that you can put in your computer. But like, you shouldn't be running on platter drives anymore. Like they were out a long time ago. Memory trips. I think that's pretty much it. So cheap video card upgrades, solid state upgrade options. Talk about difficulty in upgrading CPUs, memory upgrade kits versus individual chips, and undervolting. That's right, undervolting. NVMEs definitely are required for some things. It really comes down to like processing information fast enough. Like the CPUs and the GPUs are actually getting so fast now that the issues are that they're not getting handed the information fast enough. Like imagine that you're a worker at a shop and you're just sitting there and you're doing your job so freaking fast, and all you need is for people to bring you the materials so that you can create whatever it is that you're creating. And then you reach over to get the materials and there's nothing there. Like it doesn't matter if you're the fastest in the world if the materials aren't being provided to you quickly enough. And this is like where things go weird on the like the front of like CPUs, GPUs, and like NVMEs and things like that. Well, it's not just the CPUs; it's also the GPUs. So the GPU is a lot of the times getting bottlenecked by the CPU, and the CPU is getting bottlenecked by processing commands. There's a whole lot going on, but you definitely don't want your GPU bottlenecked because then it's not performing at the capability that it can do. My CPU is one of the few chips out there right now, CPU-wise, that doesn't bottleneck most GPUs. And it's saying a lot because there's a lot of chips out there right now that are not fast enough, and they can't quite keep up with the GPUs anymore. The 5800X3D is one of the few that can. There is a list of like bottleneck CPUs, and I'm surprised at some of them that are on there. Like some of the ones that are on there are modern chips. It still can't keep up with the with like the 4090. All right, let's get this underway. Let me take a sip of water here real quick. All right. So I'm going to play the intro, and we're going to start the video, and we're going to have some fun. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So we're only a couple days away from Diablo 4 beta, and of course, after the beta, we also have the open beta, and then eventually the launch of the game. Now, one thing I would recommend for all of you is to use the beta as a benchmark on whether or not you need to upgrade your system. And today what we're going to do is we're going to go over system specifications and talk about maybe some cheap upgrades that you could potentially do if you're not hitting those minimum requirements. And what you might be looking at as far as upgrading your system. Now, on the website, we do have Diablo 4's system requirements here, and they have two different system requirements. We have, of course, the minimum requirements, and then we, of course, have the recommended requirements. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over the minimum requirements here real quick first. So it says that it is 1080p native resolution with a 720p render resolution on low graphic settings with a expectation of 30 frames per second. And the requirements are pretty low. Like, I'm not going to lie, they're very low here. A Intel i5 2500K or an AMD FX 8100 is a very low bar to set, and most people should be above this. If you're not above this at this particular point, you might be want to look at an upgrade, because the CPUs are notoriously difficult to upgrade. This is important. You can't really do much in the way of upgrading CPUs for the most part. One generation is like the highest leap you can usually do, and then you need a new board, you need a new socket. So, like, for instance, when you are upgrading your CPU, like for instance with me, I have a 3800X, and I upgraded to a 5800X3D. That's the same socket. But if I wanted to upgrade to a 7000 series, I can't do that because that is a different socket than what is on my board. And if I want to upgrade to a different socket, well, then I have to upgrade the motherboard, and most likely I will also have to upgrade the memory, because the memory will be incompatible with the new board, because usually you jump from things like DDR2 to DDR3, DDR3 to DDR4, and eventually DDR4 to DDR5. So if I had DDR4 in my board and I wanted to upgrade to the new board, which requires DDR5, then my memory is no longer compatible. So I'm not going to be able to use that with it. So when you upgrade your CPU, you're kind of stuck in this like loop of upgrading pretty much everything. Now you have to upgrade your CPU, you've got to upgrade your motherboard, you've got to upgrade your RAM, and you might also potentially have to upgrade your power supply as well, depending on what's going on with the system. Maybe it needs more wattage than what you have. Don't chintz on the power supply, by the way. Speaking of memory, 8 gigabytes of RAM really just isn't enough. I know that they have this 8 gigabytes of RAM here as the minimum requirement, but I can't really see a modern system running 8 gigabytes these days. We were joking about this earlier, and I wanted to pull up my task manager. So I pulled up my task manager just to show off how much RAM I'm running right now. Now, granted, I am a streamer, and I do run OBS, but I want you guys to see my current memory usage. My current memory usage, and this is with Diablo 2 Resurrected running, is 16.7 gigabytes. That is everything that is currently on my system, you know, Chrome, OBS, Diablo 2 Resurrected, and all the other various programs that I have running in the background. I'm literally running 16.7 gigabytes. And the recommended for this is 16 gigs. So, you know, when you look at your RAM, and you only have 8 gigabytes, if you're only running 8 gigabytes, or if you're running below 8 gigabytes, you definitely need to upgrade, by the way. But if you're running 8 gigabytes, you can already see that 16 gigabytes is the recommended, and I'm already above 16 gigabytes as well. 16 gig, in my opinion, isn't enough these days, and you'd be better off with 32 if you're going to upgrade to anything. But let's talk about the memory for a second, because I think we really need to touch on this. Memory is best upgraded in kits. Mismatched pairs, memory that's different brands, it's not something that you want to mess around with. When you start mismatching chips and you start ending up with chips that might not be compatible with each other, a lot of these issues come about because people think they can just take one brand chip and shove it in with another brand chip and everything's going to be hunky-dory, but it really just doesn't work out that way. If you're going to upgrade your memory, I would recommend upgrading it in kits. They're matched pairs, and when you buy them, they come matched. So like, for instance, if you buy a 16 gigabyte kit, it will usually be 2 8 gigabyte chips that are basically brother and sister, and they are matched together. This is the best way to upgrade your memory, in my opinion, and what this does is it makes sure that the two chips actually work together and have the same settings. And you know, the best that you can happen if you get mismatched pairs is that one chip will slow down the other. So if you have a very slow chip and you put it in with a very fast chip, they both have to run at the same speed. So the very slow chip will cause the very fast chip to slow down to its level. It's a lot like walking with your grandchildren or whatever, you know, like as a you know, if you're walking with a little kid, like when you're walking with a little kid, you got to slow down to his pace. You can't just walk at your adult pace anymore because his little legs don't go as fast as yours, and it causes all sorts of other issues in the system as well. So I would recommend, if you're going to upgrade your memory, 32 gigabytes is the goal, and matched pairs or matched sets, well, they're generally called kits, is your general idea here. Now, for the graphics card, they have a really low bar here with a GTX 660 and an AMD R9 280. And you can get a better card than this for like $30. And I already have a couple pulled up here. So if you search for a GTX 760, and I'm sorry for the blinding light. If you search for a GTX 760 on eBay, and you look for the 4 gigabyte edition, which is probably the one that you want to grab, not the 2 gigabyte, you can see they go for like 52, 47, 39, 95. Some of these are a little bit more expensive, but honestly, you can usually pick these up pretty cheap. This one right here, literally there's 2 of them, a set of 2 for 35, 55. We got another one here for 38. Dirt cheap cards. The GTX 1050 Ti is also a pretty decent one, which is much more powerful than the 660. And you can also pick these up fairly cheap. As you can see, $54 for a 1050 Ti, $46. Very cheap upgrade. And honestly, just like the easiest thing you could do to bring your system up to the level of what Diablo 4 requires. Diablo 4 requires a 660. This is one generation above a 660, which will bring you more in line with what you can do. All right. And just to show you what I'm talking about is true, this is a GTX 660 right here, and this is a 1050 Ti. And as you can see, the 1050 Ti is about 45% faster than the GTX 660. It's a better all-around card and costs basically nothing. Now, granted, you could go much higher than what I'm recommending. I'm not telling you guys to get a 1050 Ti. If you can afford something better, then do so. What I'm doing is I'm trying to show you that you can get within the minimum specifications very cheaply. All right. Also, wattage is a concern. So if you have a rather low wattage PSU, keep in mind that the GTX 760 has a pretty high wattage draw, and if you have a rather underpowered PSU, a power supply, the 760 could be an issue. However, the GTX 1050 Ti only has a 75 watt pull, which means it might make a much better choice for a system that's having power issues. Maybe you don't have a particularly high power supply and you don't have the money to upgrade at that particular point. The 1050 Ti is the better choice in terms of like power draw. And there's more. So right here we also have that it requires a solid state hard drive. So solid states are very cheap. I generally recommend to most people to have a solid state for your main OS drive. If you don't have a solid state for your main OS drive, I don't know what you're doing at this point, because it makes your computer boot so much faster. Like, oh my god, just the boot speed alone of like restarting your computer, it's like 15 seconds. But when it comes to video games, it's a huge performance increase because it allows the game to swap textures faster, load things into memory faster, your loading times go up, and in general, solid states are much better than platter drives for gaming as well as your operating system. Solid states are also ridiculously cheap. So if you take a look on eBay, you can very easily find a 256 gigabyte solid state. And I'm not even talking about NVMEs. NVMEs are much better, of course, and if you have an NVMe slot, by all means, upgrade to an NVMe instead. I'm just trying to show you that this is a very cheap upgrade that you can do. As you can see, we got a Crucial MX500 here for $30. There's an Intel SSD Pro 5400 for $14.99. I mean, these are dirt cheap these days, and obviously you can go with a bigger size. You can get a 512, you can get a 1 terabyte, you can get a better one. But I'm just showing you that for relatively nothing, you can get yourself a solid state for your desktop or even your laptop, because most laptops, by the way, will take 2.5-inch solid states. Some of them will use M.2s, which is also another one that you can get your hands on, and M.2s tend to be very cheap as well. There's an M.2 right there, 256 gigabytes Samsung, which is a very good brand, and that one is $19.99. So if your laptop has an M.2 slot, you could very easily go with an M.2 SSD. This is something that you could very easily do, and as you can see here, I'm already giving you guys like dirt cheap upgrade options. Solid state, like $30. Video card, like $50 to $60, maybe, if that. You know, like you can't really do anything about this, but your memory could be upgraded, and that's not very expensive either. You can get to 16 gigabyte fairly cheaply. 32 gigabyte might be a little bit more expensive, but 16 gigabyte is the minimum or the recommended specs. But these days, if you're going to upgrade your memory, I do recommend going for 32 if you can afford it. Now, if we take a look at the recommended requirements, the recommended requirements are a little bit higher. They got a GTX 970 in here, which is several generations higher than the 660. So the 660 is, let's say, generation 1. I know it's not, but let's just say it's generation 1. 760 is generation 2, and 960 is generation 3, right? So 970 is one up from the 960. So they're recommending you a 3-generation newer GPU to run the recommended requirements. And what are the recommended requirements? Well, it's 1080p resolution, medium graphics settings at 60 FPS. So this isn't 4K. They're not giving you this for 4K. 4K is probably going to require a hell of a lot more than this. And I would keep that in mind. But if you're running 1080p with medium graphics at 60 FPS, it looks like all you really need is a GTX 970, which honestly, a GTX 970 is pretty old at this point. We've already long since passed it. The 970 went to the 1070. The 1070 went to the 2070. The 2070 went to the 3070, and the 3070 went to the 4070. That is 4 generations back now. So, you know, think about it like that. This is a particularly older card. And, I mean, they recommend 16 gigabytes of RAM. So, again, here, the most important thing with memory for you guys to understand is you never want to hit your limit. You never want to get to the point where your computer says, I'm using up all the memory. Okay? You always want there to be extra room. The reason why is because if there's not extra room, your computer's going to start using VRAM, and VRAM is terrible. Man, my throat's bothering me today. So, the most important thing I want you to take away from this is that if you are below the minimum specifications and you need to get an upgrade, it's not going to take you that much. Now, the only wrench in the pudding here, the only, you know, fly in the ointment is laptops. Laptops are fairly hard to upgrade, and they are not good gaming systems in the first place. With laptops, you're probably not going to be able to upgrade your CPU at all. With memory, laptops are much harder to upgrade with memory because they have limited sockets or slots, whatever you want to call it. And a lot of the time you have to get larger chips to accommodate the system. A desktop might have 4 slots, so you can do 4 chips, right? So like a 4 gig, a 4 gig, a 4 gig, a 4 gig will still get you 16. On a laptop, you might only have 2 slots, which means that instead of that same 4 chips, which you can get cheaper, now you need 2 chips, which are much larger and much more expensive. Breathing is hard. So when it comes to memory on laptops, it tends to be a little bit more difficult to upgrade them. And there's really not much you can do about this. It's just going to cost you more to upgrade your memory on a laptop than it is to upgrade your memory on a desktop. Now, video cards on laptops. Again, not really something that can be upgraded. You're kind of just stuck with what you got. And it is a pretty big issue. Don't mind me, just slowly dying. Now, there is one thing that you can do with laptops. There is one thing that you can do to increase the performance of a laptop if you cannot fix it, besides upgrading the memory, which I would recommend doing if you're 8 gigabytes or lower. And that is something called undervolting. So undervolting is something that's fairly new. I think it came out about, I want to say 2015 or maybe 2016. I can't remember the exact year. But as long as your laptop is newer than like 2017, you should have undervolting as an option for you. And I'm going to explain undervolting as simply as I can. Undervolting is the process by which you find the correct settings for your CPU and GPU so that they run at the correct voltages and the correct clock speeds. By doing this, it decreases the overall heat production of the chip, which increases the performance of the chip quite vastly. In most situations, if you do underclocking properly, you can get quite a good performance gain from the chip, as well as decrease its overall heat production by a lot. On top of this, it's pretty much the only way to get more performance out of your old laptop. The most important thing I will tell you is that you cannot damage your system undervolting. You can damage your system overclocking. Overclocking is a completely different thing. But you cannot damage your system using undervolting. Undervolting is lowering the clocks. It's lowering the voltage. It's getting things into a more optimal setup. Overclocking is upping the voltage, increasing the heat. And the heat is actually what damages the system. When the chip heats up too much, when the voltage goes too high, the chip actually becomes physically damaged. Undervolting is doing the exact opposite. It is lowering the voltage. It is taking the chip down, and it is putting it into the correct state. Now, why would we even need to do this in the first place? Shouldn't the chips be coming correctly clocked from the factory? The answer to that question is no, they don't. So what happens at the factory is you've got tons of different chips. They call it the silicon lottery. Some chips are absolutely amazing, like powerful chips that can do so much. And some of them are your earnest Borgnine chips that literally like yell out stupid phrases over and over again and can barely do what they're told to do. Okay? So when the manufacturer makes all these various chips, they can't clock the speed of all the chips at the Superman chip. They have to clock the speed at the slowest chip possible. So at the slowest speed that all of the chips are capable of, that drags all of the Superman chips down. So what this means is that when you undervolt your chip, it's going to be different for every single chip. You might win the silicon lottery and you might end up with the most amazing chip in the world that can pull off the most crazy stuff. Or you might have the Ernest Borgnine chip and he's not capable of anything. But once you find the correct clock for the chip, they can then shine. And that's basically all this is. You're just finding the correct numbers for the chip so the chip can actually perform properly. And if you're on a laptop, this is unfortunately one of your only options. You can upgrade your solid state on the laptop. You can put a little bit more memory in it, but you're not going to be able to do anything with the GPU. You're not going to be able to do anything with the CPU. And this is the only way you're going to be able to egg a little bit more performance out of your system than you might otherwise normally get. Now, when it comes to the recommended specifications, I mean, if you're within these recommended specifications, I probably wouldn't worry. If you have at least like an i5 4670K, if you're running at least a GTX 970 or higher, you're probably going to be fine. If you've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, it's probably going to be just fine. As I said in the beginning of the video, I mean, you can use this beta as a test to see if the performance of the game is going to be to your liking. And, you know, if it is, well then, yay. If you feel like you're underperforming or you're not getting the gameplay that you would want, then at this point you're going to have to look at upgrading your system. Now, this last bit of information is going to be what I'm going to tell you is your best bang for your buck. All right. So this is what upgrade is going to give me the most performance increase for the dollar spent. Okay. And this is very simple. All right. The most performance increase for per dollar spent is almost always the GPU. Your GPU, if you have a really crappy GPU and you're trying to play games on it, the GPU is definitely going to be your best bang for your buck. Memory is only going to be important if you're under the limit. So if you have like 4 gigabytes of RAM or something, or 8 gigabytes of RAM, if you're really running this low, upgrading your memory can have a nice performance increase for your system, but it's only because you're below the limit of what you need. And that's why I said earlier with memory, you really just want to have overhead. You want to have some empty memory that your system can use at a moment's notice. And if you're pushing that limit, if you're hitting the bar and your computer's trying to go over the bar, that's when huge performance drops start to happen. So as long as you have enough memory, you're fine. If you don't have enough memory, then that upgrade can give you a very nice performance increase. CPUs are generally the worst for upgrading. The performance gain that you will get from a CPU upgrade tends to be very small. And it has to do with the fact that most motherboards are incapable of upgrading more than a certain number of generations. My board, for instance, can only upgrade one generation from the 3000 series to the 5000 series. It's one jump. A lot of boards actually can't even do one jump. They actually can only upgrade within the same generation that they are. And unless you have like the bottom dollar CPU that is like literally, you know, like the Celeron of the line, upgrading that CPU is probably going to have very little effect for you. Because upgrading from something like the 3800X to the 3900X isn't going to have massive increases in performance per dollar. It will give you an increase, but it won't give you the kind of increase that you're looking for. Solid state is a very big upgrade if you're running a hard drive. So if you're currently running an old school platter hard drive and you don't have a single solid state in your system, that is a very cheap and very effective upgrade that you can make. Pound for pound, like dollar for dollar, putting a solid state in a system with no hard drive is a huge upgrade in performance. And it's definitely one that I would recommend. So looking at this logically, what you really want to look at is, do I have a solid state? If I don't, I need one. Do I have at least 8 gigabytes of RAM? If I don't, I need to upgrade. Do I have at least a GTX 660? If I don't, a 760 or a 1050 Ti is an easy, cheap option that you can upgrade to. And then furthermore, when it goes to the higher end systems, if you're just looking to bump performance, again, memory is going to have the least impact if you are already at the limit that you need. So if you're already sitting at 16 gigabytes and you want to upgrade to 32, I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to, because I feel like 32 is the new normal. But it's going to have a much less of an impact as, say, upgrading your GPU or getting a really nice NVMe if you're still running hard drives, like if you're still running platter drives. Getting a really nice NVMe and upgrading your GPU is going to have a hell of a lot more of a performance gain than upgrading your memory or upgrading your CPU. Now, the problem with upgrading your GPU too far is that your CPU can actually bottleneck the GPU. So, like, I wouldn't take a 4090 and shove it into a system with an i5 2500K, because the 4090 isn't going to be able to handle, or the 2500K isn't going to be able to handle that GPU. When the GPU goes to call for specific tasks, it's not going to be able to handle that throughput, and it's going to completely bottleneck the card. Which is why if you're running one of these older systems, that's why I'm recommending things like the 760 and the 1050 Ti, because they're much less likely to get bottlenecked by your older CPU. I think that's pretty much it with this. If you guys have any specific questions, if you want to put your specifications down in the comments, I can do my best to try and help you out and figure out whether you need to upgrade or not. I don't know everything about computers, but I have been working on them for like 20 some odd years. So I have a pretty good idea of what I'm talking about. And maybe I can give you a hand on like what would be the best upgrade option for you before Diablo 4 hits. You still have a little bit of time to order parts, and of course, after beta, you may be more or less inclined to order parts after you find out your system can't handle the game. And if that's so, maybe that's what brought you to my video. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about system specifications for Diablo 4, and keep watching. All right, so that's pretty much out of the way. I wanted to get that out of the way. I thought that was a good video option. We did have a couple people talking about some stuff here, so let's see here. Savaknan, I only have 16 gigabytes in my system. I mean, you should be fine, but like I said, 32 gigabytes seems to be the new normal these days. with D2R, Discord, 8 Chrome tabs, and Spotify open, though I don't know why that is if it's near 17 gigabyte on my 32 gigabyte system. Like I said, I'm doing a little bit more in the background than you are, Savak. So it's a little bit different for me because I'm actually doing other tasks. So I need more wiggle room. I got more back programs going on. But you never want it to reach the 16 gigabytes. You never want it to hit 16. If it hits 16, then that's when things are going to go bad. That's when your system's going to start using VRAM. That's when everything's going to start slowing down. You're going to get ka-chunking going on, FPS drops, all sorts of crazy stuff. I think 16 gigabytes is okay if you never hit that number. But if you check your memory, this is something you're going to have to do on your own personal system, okay? If you ever get into a situation where you see that your memory is hitting that top number, where you're hitting 16 gigabytes for any reason, at that point you might want to upgrade to 32 because you never want it to hit the limit. It's going to be uploaded later. Actually, you know what? Let me upload it now. Why not? It can launch in the morning. I'll just lag up the stream. I don't care. You guys are going to get lagged up, and I don't even care. Y'all going to get lagged up, and I don't even care. Don't care. Can your PC handle Diablo 4? Let's talk upgrades. I think that's a good title, right? Let's talk upgrades. What you guys been talking about the whole time while I was doing the stream too? Y'all been like spamming and jumping there and on the chats. Integrated graphics these days, only on like the brand new computers though. 3570K and stuff like that with the HD 4000s. It was nowhere near a GTX 660. You need a pretty modern system for the integrated graphics to be equivalent to a 660 these days. The Radeon 5600 XT is about equivalent to a GTX 1080 for 50 or 60 bucks, really? Let me do a search on that. I was going for like ultra budget options, but that seems pretty budget as well. Bink. It's close, but the 1080 definitely edges out over the 5600 XT by 30 or 40%. It's close though. Like it's not like it's like a 60 FPS difference in CS:GO. Would definitely be an interesting choice. Let's take a look on eBay real quick and let's see how much they're going for. Pardon me for not trusting how much you say they are, but I like to check myself. Looks like they're anywhere between 100 to 150. So a little bit of a higher range option. I was talking about like a $30 card, a cheap upgrade that you can do. But definitely for another 60, 70 bucks, looks like you could definitely get yourself a Radeon RX 5600 XT for relatively cheaply. Oh yeah, I've heard some good things about the new integrated chips, but but we're not going to be talking about people with a brand new laptop. We're going to be talking about people who have like old systems that don't quite know what's going on. And what's my expectations for D4 so far? I have no doubt that it's going to capture our attention for a while, and I have no doubt that it will be a game that we play, you know, like probably religiously for maybe 3 or 4 months, or maybe even a year. But I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be the Diablo 2 kind of a thing where we play it forever. I mean, we're 20 freaking 3 years into Diablo 2, and we're still playing the damn game. And Diablo 4, I just don't know if it can ever live up to that. All right, guys. My throat's bothering me real bad, and I think I just need to hop off. I'm probably gonna go watch a movie or something. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals hanging out with me all day. I appreciate the donations too, and the membership. All you guys, like, I really appreciate you helping me like live this dream. I'm pretty sure the day that I told my girlfriend I was gonna like basically quit my job, which was like I kind of stepped down. Kind of took her back a little bit because, you know, like she kind of made the point that, you know, I didn't have a lot of time for things here, and, you know, that I needed to choose between the two. And I don't think she ever expected I was going to choose this. And I think it really blew her back because, like, you know, doing this kind of thing for your job is something else entirely. You know what I mean? And it's been a freaking blast. I'm gonna tell you what, like, you guys don't even know. Like, you know, I was just a 9-to-5 schmo for quite some time, and I got it in my head that I could try and be a YouTuber, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I failed quite a bit. Like, a lot of my older content has not been seen. Like, still has not been seen. Even after I blew up, still hasn't been seen. Like my System Shock playthrough. I freaking love System Shock, by the way. It's one of my favorite games, and it really makes me sad that that, you know, like, even my videos now on System Shock really haven't even been viewed all that much. If you guys want to take a look at my System Shock 2 playthrough, by the way, it's right here. System Shock 2 is my favorite game, above Diablo. Out of all the games I've ever played, System Shock 2 is my absolute favorite. I literally cannot express to you guys how freaking awesome this game is. And I'm really, if they ever come out with a remaster, which I believe they are, if they ever actually come out with a remaster, we're going to spend a long time playing some System Shock 2, and I don't care what nobody says. Y'all can unsubscribe from my channel. Y'all can call me names. Y'all can call me up on the phone and send me some hate mail. I don't care. System Shock 2 is my jam, and I rate it even above Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And Diablo 2 Resurrected. System Shock 2 is an amazing masterpiece of a game, and I freaking love it. And there's other games that I've played on here too. Lots of other games. I did Half-Life playthroughs. I've done tons of horror games. And not everything has done well. You know, it seems like my Diablo stuff does the best, but I've had some other successes too, like in the tech world. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to tech, so a lot of the times when I make tech videos, they tend to work out pretty well. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen my Steam Deck video on installing Diablo 2 Resurrected, but it's got a lot of damn views on it. Honestly, there was a mod back when me and my brother played. It was a multiplayer co-op mod for System Shock 2, and it was absolutely fun. Like, just a blast to play with other people. Definitely something that I would recommend if you guys want to do a playthrough. I would recommend playing through System Shock 2 with the co-op mod with, like, one of your friends or your brother or your sister or something, or your girlfriend or whatever. It's freaking amazing. I have played Rust. I've played a lot of those survival games when they came out. I really got addicted to Ark because it was like Rust with dinosaurs. No offense to Rust at all, but like Rust with dinosaurs was a hell of a lot better than Rust. I got like super into Ark and played for a really long time. I don't want to go back to Ark though. I don't. The PvP in that game was just too. While you were sleeping, like while you're sleeping PvP, that's what I call it. Is while you're sleeping PvP. Like they literally just. Nobody ever wants to actually fight you. Nobody ever actually wants to PvP you. Nobody ever actually wants to like duel you or anything. Like it's pretty much just come raid your base while you're asleep. And that's like my biggest issue with a lot of the survival games is there's just too much sleep raiding. Like they need to put in some things in the game that prevent you from PvPing if there's nobody online. Like because if there's nobody online, what's the point? Why are we raiding somebody's base when nobody's there to fight back? The whole point of the game is PvP. If you're raiding a base when nobody's there, that's PvE. That's not PvP. You're basically just being a PvEer at that point. What's up, Zaza? I was actually just about to hop off too. We got so many cool games coming up, though. I want to play the the new Breath of the Wild game. What is it? Tears of the Kingdom. What's the release date on Tears of the Kingdom? May 12th. So it's pretty far away. I mean, it's about a month away. System Shock 2 Remake. I know System Shock 1 is getting a remake. System Shock 1 was not as good of a game. It was not. I am looking forward to it. I do want to play it. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know if it's going to be as good as System Shock 2. What's up, GRS? I'm at 90. I'm at 95 on this girl. I don't plan on hitting 99 this season. I hit 99 last season. I'm not really overly interested in the 99 grind. It took me about 37 days to hit 99 last season. I'm doing it the legitimate way, not the bugged exploit all your friends way. And I'm just not really interested in hitting it again. I have a video on my YouTube channel going over my last level 99 character. If you want to take a look at it. Yeah, here it is right here. I even titled it, How Long It Takes for Us Mere Mortals. Alright, guys and gals, I'm going to go chillax on the couch and watch some Harry Potter. I think I got like one more movie till I finish the whole series. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.